Simon, please. Simon. Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai haere mai, welcome back everyone. This is day 2 of our council meeting. We have received this year's annual plan 81 submissions, and for the showgrounds 1240. It's great to be able to have heard from last Thursday and today the verbal submissions, and we'll go through all of the written submissions as well. So we will adjourn for lunch at 1 o'clock and look forward to some really good debate today. We're very, very conscious of what we went out in our long-term plan with our community to ensure that we are very conscious of our rate rise at this time. But through annual plan process, it's always an opportunity to hear what other projects and opportunities are out there for our community, which is what we're doing through this process. So welcome back, and Lex, I have you up the front, so if you could take us through the next part of the agenda. Just before we move on, could I please move from the chair that Councillor Hinari O'Keefe is in support at the courts today, so is unable to be here. Could I have a seconder for that apology? Thank you, Councillor Sears. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you, that's carried. Councillor Kerr.
Your Worship, can I put in conflict of interest with regard to 2 submissions, one from the sports park and another one regarding funding a team who would like to be at the sports park?
Thank you. I think we covered off conflicts right at the beginning. If anyone else has got anything that they'd like to add from Thursday, we'll just address them as we come to them.
Thank you.
Councillor Corbyn.
Your Worship, I was just going to acknowledge the same conflicts.
Great, thank you very much. Excellent. Right, so over to you. Thank you, Lex.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we just, councillors, going to methodically run through the run sheet for the day. So you recall you received 4 submissions regarding the development contributions policy, which was out for consultation at the same time as the annual plan. 3 from the retirement village sector and 1 from John Royal. So Ashley was just probably going to quickly overview and remind you what that was about, and take questions and debate.
Thank you, Ashley. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Morning, councillors. Yeah, we received a very good submission from the retirement villages in terms of our proposed change to our DC policy. So at present, we currently charge 1 QE per retirement village unit, and obviously we sought a change to our policy in terms of providing a sort of reduction to reflect a lesser demand on council infrastructure. In terms of our review and how we arrived at that number, just to give you a bit of context, we did review around about 10 other councils. Auckland sit at one end of the spectrum where they charge principally 0.1 and 0.3 QEs per villa, ranging from other councils up to Tauranga, which charge 0.5 for a 1-bedroom unit, and Taupo, for example, that charge 0.5. So I guess we reviewed those other councils. We also looked at some of the special assessments that we've generated in the past 12 months around retirement villages, and got a feel, I guess, for what represents a fair and reasonable assessment in terms of Hastings Council. There is no norm in terms of, there's no sector setting across all councils, so it is somewhat subjective, but broadly speaking, the submitters obviously propose a range which is at one end in terms of Auckland's policy, and we've obviously gone with a variant that's slightly higher, but something that we consider to be fair and reasonable in terms of their impact on infrastructure. So I'm happy to answer further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Oh, my apologies, I simply hadn't turned my speaker off, but actually I would like to support the officer's comments. The new villages are built often on the outside of our urban area, and I see that bring a series of costs that actually they need to contribute towards the development of. So support the officer's comments.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Ms. Sandra. I support the officer's comments too, and actually my questions around this were going to be can you talk about what other councils are doing? How often do we review it? How do we place ourselves to make sure we're being robust? But in fact, you've answered all of those, and I sit really comfortably with where we are.
Thank you, Councillor Sears. Councillor Sholem.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too endorse the officer's comments, although I do have a question relating specifically to submission 67 from Disability Action, which has been sort of lumped in with the other development contribution submissions. They noted within their application, submission and presentation, that there is concern that within the next 30 years, only 5% of homes will be accessible. And what I would be interested to see as an action point, following up on the submission, would be a review of our medium density housing strategy and design guides to see how we are ensuring that accessibility is a consideration and something that's advocated for within those guides.
Thank you. Point well made. Councillor Nixon.
Yes, thank you. From time to time, I recall we've done a complete evaluation of the impact of different types of housing on our cost structures, but I don't remember us specifically targeting retirement villages on that. So have we ever done it, and do I just not remember? Or should we be doing it? Because retirement... Sorry? Thank you, I didn't notice. I had pushed it cut me off.
So you've got a question for Ash. Ash, would you answer that question for Councillor Nixon?
Your Worship. I think it's the opposite, Simon. I think actually we're encouraging to some degree, because we're actually reducing the rate that they're actually going to be paying. So at present, like I say, we have a pass of charging them one huey. In case of infill, that's around about $13,000, including GST. Here they'll be paying a proportion of that, but that's reflected for the fact that there is a lesser demand that they place on infrastructure.
Yeah, okay, I think I think there are some advantages.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you. This might be an incredibly stupid question, but our own senior housing, how do we treat that?
In terms of development contributions, a lot of their buildings have predate the DC policy, so we only typically charge new development. So I guess if there were a case where we were building new, we would typically charge ourselves to be transparent as a council, but I imagine that they would fall under this type of scenario if they met the criteria.
Thank you. Councillors comfortable with the direction of the officer's comments? Any contrary views? Okay, thank you.
So, Your Worship, there's one other, so there's the John Rule's submission as well. So just want to make sure you're comfortable with the officer comments there and haven't missed those.
The number of the submission. 70. Yes, page 30, officers' comments. So just give everyone a chance to reflect on those comments. Any questions? Comfortable with the direction of the officer's comments? Thank you.
Yeah, so the minutes will show that the development contributions policy that went out in the draft will be unamended when it comes back on the 30th of June. Okay. The next proposal that went out for consultation, you'll recall the poll that was undertaken by the Havelock Business Association showed support for expansion of the targeted rate area. You then proceeded in your annual plan to formalise that through the targeted rate process. You've received, so officers sent correspondence to all those currently paying, proposed to pay that rate. You've received one submission, so that submission number is number 13, against. and no further correspondence. So there's officer comments in respect of submission 13. Not sure what page number it is on yours. It's 4 on mine, but it's not the same as yours. But it's 6, is it? Okay. But it's submission number 13 from Rob Paul. So that's the process that's been undertaken to now formalise that as a rate, which has been a two-stage process, as I said before, the poll initially and now the formalisation of setting the rate. So the correspondence that went out showed the specific impact on each property as well.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to that targeted rate? Councillor Harvey?
Only what has been said by a number of people in that the work has been done. This has been a work in process for a number of years, and thirdly, you can only look at the growth and expansion of Havelock North as a CBD that I think it's well overdue, to be honest.
Thank you. And can I just note that we support the hard work that's gone in by the Havelock North Business Association to bring this, because we heard a number of years ago, but they've actually gone out and done the work. So well done to them. Any contrary views? Thank you.
Okay, so again, the minutes will show the ratification of that rate, which will form part of the annual plan you adopt on the 30th of June. So moving to the next part of the agenda, split into two parts, essentially the remaining submissions, those that have potential funding applications, so you can assess those together and make your choices and priorities. And then after that, those remaining submissions that don't have funding implications. So we have, Campbell, where are you? So we've put all that together for you on a sheet so you can work through that methodically. Once I have that on the screen, I'll perhaps just take the opportunity to just explain that very quickly before we do move through, Your Worship. Okay, perhaps we just need to blow that up a little bit, do we, councillors? Or...
And can I just ask democratic support if we get questions or comments from our two councillors on Zoom that they could advise me? Thank you.
So just to explain the sheet as we work through it, Campbell, can you take it to the top, please? It's stuck at the bottom at the moment. And now you've got to go to the top part. Yeah. Yep. Keep going. Yep, cool, thank you. So I've structured it in three parts just as a basis to orientate and navigate, but you'll go through each of these methodically and follow the officer comments and ask the appropriate questions, obviously. But the first chunk there headed officer comment considerations. So those are submissions of varying types where the officer comments have suggested an approach for you that doesn't have a funding implication, but we'll go through those methodically and determine whether you agree with that approach or want an alternative approach to those submissions. Let's just scroll down a little bit, Campbell. The next section's titled Funding from Existing Budgets / Reserves. So those are submissions where officers have suggested that the intent within the submission can be covered through our existing operational budgets in most cases, in one case from an existing reserve. So again, we'll go through those and make sure you're comfortable with those approaches, or if you want an alternative approach, we'll replicate that or place that on the screen, and I'll talk to the big picture at the end. And then finally, the third section, if you scroll down a little bit, Campbell, there's a section called New Funding. So these are the submissions that don't fit into either of those first two categories. They will require new money, or that's certainly what officers are suggesting as they go through their budgets. And those are choices that you face every year with new initiatives that come from the community. So I've structured it in those three parts to help you navigate through. Just in terms of what, for the benefit of people on live stream, what the the top two lines are saying there, the one in yellow, that's the rate increase that was proposed from the council that went out in the draft plan, incorporating the purchase of the showgrounds. So that's what you went out with. The figure below is a number that will change as you go through your deliberations, but at the moment that number's based on approving all of those that are in that third section. They're just switched on at the moment to give you an idea of where you would get to. If you approved all those, that's merely for your orientation. We'll get to that section shortly, and you'll see those figures change as you make decisions, like you will with most of the submissions, if you change those zero rated ones currently. So I suggest that we just work through methodically. There are no order other than submission order, and if you're comfortable with that, we'll work through. So if we go back to the top, Campbell. So in that first section, you might pay to follow the officer comments as we go through. There's also the odd submission, and I'll draw your attention to those as we go through, where there are other comments in the officer comments that don't relate to the funding aspect of the submission. They might have covered a broad range of topics, and so we'll deal with those at the same time. So the first submission on the sheet is submission 34.
Page 13 in the officer's comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. And the council had previously had a presentation on the planting plan proposal for Napier Road. The officer comments at this stage, if I just paraphrase them, are indicating that the council is undertaking a level of service workshop in due course. I haven't got the date, but it's not far away, Mr. Thu, 21st of June. And this is a level of service issue, I guess, not only for that road, but other roads if they were to have that same type of treatment. So I'll pause there.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon.
It's quite a significant sum of money, as I see it, and in a time when I'm not keen on increasing rates any more than absolutely necessary, I think we either delay it or find other means of achieving the same end. So I, at this point, don't support it, even though I think it's a really good project.
Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Mayor Sandra. From an eco-district's point of view, we've looked at this project quite closely, and we are comfortable to look at this under levels of service funding arrangements, whether it's now or later or funded in a different way.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sears. And can I just endorse that? When we first put this planting in, and this is probably a comment for Mr. Thu, the level of service was very poor, actually. So I think it's really important that, and you know, we had all sorts of residents telling us to mow the lawns, that the grass hadn't grown. So if we, if we're going, when we do this stuff, it is making sure that we are doing it very well. So, so thank you for looking at it through that committee and through your committee. Thank you, Lex. So anyone, any contrary views on that direction? No? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next submission, number 53. If you're following your officer comments, you'll need to flick past a few pages. Regarding the Waipatiki Reserve Management Plan, again, if you, the officer comments explain the situation, I guess. The submitter's asking for a small scale look, I suppose, or review of the plan rather than a complete overview. That's their request. The officer comments draw your attention to the reserve management planning program you've already got in place and are committed to and are reasonably stretched to achieve. So they're suggesting there the choices for you is that Waipatiki takes its turn along those others that are in train, or additional resource to advance it.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Lex. I understand the pressures that are on our staff, but also understanding where this request is coming from. Because the reserve management plan is so old, some of the community's decisions that were made 15 years ago or thereabouts are actually out of date from the community's point of view. So rather than just going back to them and saying, sorry, wait your turn, I think there's room for a conversation, because it may be one community meeting and one amendment to the reserve management plan that can then come back and work through. So I just don't want this to be a blanket no, wait your turn.
Chief Executive, you'd like to make a comment? How we can manage that?
Yeah, I just think we have to manage expectations, because I think what officers are being really clear on, we have more, we have a very ambitious program of reserve management plans currently underway, and the council's priorities around what's coming at us over the next 12 months. If it was one community meeting, and as you said, Councillor Kerr, not a problem, but it can't be anything more than that, because we simply do not have the resource to keep adding reserve management plans to what is already a pretty challenging program.
I understand that, and I'll work with officers and community to see if we can get an understanding.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. I think that's a good way forward. Thank you. Anyone, any contrary views or comfortable with that direction? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Moving on to submission 67 from Disability Action. I will refer you to the officer comments, because they made a number of suggestions and, enlightening and useful as always. So the officer comments regarding those wider topics are there. In terms of the sheet in front of you, one of the things they did propose was a disability fund that groups could apply to for initiatives such like. The officer comments at this time are suggesting the use of your existing grant funding allocations, but potentially a review of the criteria if you're in mind to do that, to make sure it was fit for purpose, in line with some of the commentary in the submission.
Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. I'm very comfortable with the officer's comments on this particular submission. The Civic and Administration Committee, which is actually chaired by Councillor Dixon, receives disability applications on a regular basis. So there is a fund there that they can submit to.
Thank you. And I do wonder, though, the first part of the submission, that needs to be addressed. And I think that funding, Councillor Sholem, is correct. But I just wonder about, through the disability working group, if we could, consider that first part, if we put it back to that group to actually look at, because they're asking for policy direction here, and I don't mind having a recommendation coming forward to us from that group, because that is a different way of approaching. Anyone else got anything they'd like to add? You support that? Councillor Kerr?
Yeah, I support both Councillor Sholem and yourself, but I'm wondering, with the change to the DC policy that's been requested, if that portion is not better to go to a different committee than the Disability Committee. I'm not sure if it's your bylaws and planning, or whether we have a rating review workshop. I'm just not sure where that's best to go to, because it's quite a complex issue to work through.
It is.
Can I just leave that
so we
for
can
the staff to resolve?
Where that comes through great communities.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so everyone's comfortable with that direction? Lovely, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, moving on a few to submission 75. Kirkpatrick Park, the Kimberley community, spoke to you this morning, so that'll be fresh in your mind. The officer comments supportive, obviously, of recreational activity. They're just pointing out that there is no budget for that project at this time.
So just a question, and Councillor Lawson, you may wish to speak to this. Yes, you have got your light on, thank you.
Got my light on. Yes, thank you. Look, I think although I agree with the officer's comments, because to make transitional change, we do need that master plan, but that is going to take some time. And what I'm concerned about in terms of the Kimberley community and the Kimberley community plan, which a lot of people fed into, is that we need some runs on the ladder. So really it's a question for staff is, what are the priorities? How can we support Kimberley to get some, projects underway, and what budget is available to do that?
Good question. Who would like to answer that?
Well, I'll start. I might
Thank you.
invite Mr. Hosford to make some comments. As I understand our current budget, I mean, one of the provisions that we have is a couple of $100,000 as it relates to the changing rooms on the park in Kimberley. I think that you could direct officers in the context of what the Kimberley community has asked to look at. So I think there's some big questions around whether the community want us to spend money on the old changing rooms, or whether we'd be better to redirect funding we've got in the existing plan and actually understand and give you some advice about how we might be able to progress this investment that the Kimberley community are looking for, noting that you also have, of some of our recent workshops, a bit of flexibility in terms of your capital work program over the next 3 years. So if you were of a mind to say, well, we wouldn't want to rule this out, and could you come back and give us some advice around how this might be advanced utilising funding that we've already got in our budget, it'd be something that officers could come back on.
Okay, thank you. That would be much appreciated, but I'm just wondering, is there a sort of a timeline? I mean, patience is
Yeah,
it's getting stretched.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking that's something that we could do in relatively short order.
Awesome.
Okay, thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Thank you. I think Councillor Lawson's pushed it right to the end. I would just support her comments and note, the submission this morning is really a picture of community doing exactly what we want, which is partnering with us in a way that really benefits the community in which they live. So while I do think the master plan is important, I absolutely agree as fast as possible that we look at the way we could support this as a standalone project.
So the project is $500,000, and we've got 200,000 set aside to have a look at. Is that correct? Right. Thank you. Councillor Sholem.
Thank you, Worship. I support the previous comments, but I also wonder if there is a potential way of a pragmatic solution being reached through speaking with the wider community around Kimberley. Heretatonga Intermediate has not so long ago invested in a fully covered court, and I wonder if there is a way as a temporary solution of working with the school to see if there is a way of enabling the group that came to us today to use that space while we continue to work through the Kimberley master plan. I really do want to see wins on the board, like Councillor Lawson said, but I also want to see good long-term wins on the board, so this may be a way of progressing things.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I echo Councillor Sholem's comments. There is an ideal one at Heretatonga Intermediate, which could well be used. This is the first time this has come up. We've had bike tracks in the past, we've had splash pads in the past, we've had softball diamonds in the past. All of those were all included in a previous community plan. So I'm wondering what buy-in this particular initiative has got from the wider community.
So I think that, we had a very good representation of across Kimberley community this morning. So I think that that's part of the Kimberley community plan and the direction of actually setting those priorities and identifying what as Councillor Lawson said, wins on the board and what is important to the community. So I think that will be covered off through the wider community plan. Is that fair? Rebecca, would you like to comment on that direction?
Yes, through your worship, there's certainly strong support for a covered area in all the community meetings that we've attended, and those community meetings have been really well attended, actually more so now than in the past ever. Yes.
Has this been generated since the initiative at Havelock at Heretatonga Intermediate, or before the initiative at Heretatonga Intermediate?
This, as far as I'm aware, is fairly recent, and it's gone alongside Richie's work that he's doing with the Kimberley Fitness. Currently, he is actually using his car lights to light up the area for people to exercise. But yes, I think it's since Richie's got his exercise group going.
Thank you. Yeah.
So could there be a first priority of getting some lights so if someone doesn't use their car lights? Great, thank you. Councillor Bar.
Yeah, I'm kind of in Councillor Dixon, Councillor Shollam's where they're sitting at the moment. I mean, there's a whole lot of things that are needed at Camberley in terms of supporting that community. And first time I've heard about a cover for the basketball hoop, to be honest. I know a lot of people in Camberley, there's a lot of Māori whānau that live out there. We're talking about $500,000 here, you know, and so we need to keep this in context when we go to the next item on the business. So all I'm saying is that if that's something that has been well consulted within the community plan, and that's what people want to put right at the top of their priority list, well then, hate to pie, but I could tell you, you know, there's a number of things that are needed in Camberley, from my point of view, that probably hit the list before having a roof over the basketball court. The roof probably costs more than the basketball court itself. You know, I'm just kind of thinking aloud here, but is it a yes or a no?
Yeah, that's a yes.
Yeah, so I think you know there needs to be some perspective in what we're talking about here. I support Camberley, the community, and what they wanted to do, but I've seen a community hui at Camberley, and I've seen all the whānau that are there, and I didn't see them here today. So you've got a fitness group that have got a kaupapa, hate pie, but you know, I didn't see any of my relations up there supporting this. So you know, let's just put that into context here, and also the quantum that's needed to put this thing over the top. And if we've got something down the other end of Camberley that has the facility, well, maybe there's an option there. So yeah, kia ora.
Kia ora. So I'll take some more comments and questions. Councillor Kerr.
I also agree with the let's do something, but I'm not supportive of $500,000 on a basketball, covering a basketball court. I think we do need to do the planning, make sure that we've got a united community behind what the requests are, support what Baden has said. I'm just wondering, a request to the staff, if they could provide me with Richard's contact details, and we will get the Regional Sports Park Trust to this Camberley group, and also invite the Camberley group back to the sports park, because it was raised in their presentation that they didn't feel there was a link, and we'll make sure that's built.
You can place that action on me, Your Worship.
Sorry?
Place that action on me in the minutes, yeah.
Councillor Lawson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Actually, it's the... Look, I just want to reiterate about the pride that needs to be felt in the Camberley community. You know, you might have the school facility down the road a bit, but it's actually that very visual presence in the centre of Camberley around Kirkpatrick Park, where for a number of years now, pre this last community plan, they've been asking for the park to be activated, where there's a sense of community, where people come together, where they're actually not, it's just not the physical fitness, it's actually everything else that comes from the physical fitness. And that was talked about this morning by Richie. And the benefits are just rebound out into the community. I mean, you only need to drive down into the community past the playground and the community centre at any time in the after school, and the activity there is incredible. So, you know, it is time we invested more. People there do not have the opportunity to actually travel around and go to various other play equipment and parks. So, you know, and we invest heavily in those. So I think, you know, we do need to actually take a long, hard look at what we're going to do with Camberley.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, thank you. I echo Councillor Lawson's thoughts there. It may be that there is a really fantastic facility down at the school, but that is just the facility only. It's actually, you know, if we look at what we want to do and activate a community, we should be looking at hubs. And so I think that's where it's really important that that Kirkpatrick area, park area, is where we should be focusing most of our attention. But it brings me to a bigger point, which also relates to Bill Matheson, is really how do we get these things up and off the ground when there's an expectation of just council potentially as the main contributor or a key contributor. And I think we need to be talking more or looking at better structures to enable these to happen, where we bring in or commercial corporate funding, trust funding and the like. And unfortunately, otherwise we have community groups come forward like they have today with all the passion and will in the world, but not necessarily all of the ability to pull it off, apart from if council contributes. So I think that's really the bigger picture, and where we need to be looking at here is how can we support them. Yes, we put in an allocation of funding, just as we are to a couple of other things, bigger ticket items on the agenda today, but we do that because they've got an actual structure to enable that to happen and bring in funding from other places.
So if I could, through you, we should just make a couple of comments. I think, a lot's happened in the period since we had the Camberley Community Plan launched. So if I think about things big picture, we did a lot of work with the Camberley community and the Camberley School at the end of last year, where we bought, and I think this is the role of council, where we bought PricewaterhouseCoopers, and we brought a bunch of agencies to the table that what the community told us, and I'm just, I suppose, echoing Councillor Lawson's points, that it's the community wanting to lead this themselves around Kirkpatrick Park, the school, the community centre, that play space being activated as the hub of the community, where we have had since that work $650,000 confirmed through the Ministry of Social Development to sustainably fund the Rongomauri program for the next 2 years, where we are looking at alternative ways to use the community centre to support more broadly the community than how we've traditionally used the community centre. But I think that, and I take on all the points that the council's made, is that we should come back, that the role of the council is absolutely not the role of another agency to invest in the green space. That is our core. That is our core business. We do have $200,000, and in the community plan, they talked about, and I think we're getting feedback from the community that they don't see that changing room being used for other purposes, and that we should bring back that work and evaluate the options of, Hastings Intermediate and the park there. But it is our core business that, that green space and those green space facilities. So, if every, it's some more comments, but I guess just the point is we are trying to play the big picture, but the big picture, you also need some runs on the board to build confidence in the community that we are giving effect to their aspirations.
Look, I saw when we put the splash pad in the small playground in there, it was a fundamental change. There was nothing there before, swing and a slide, and that made a fundamental change to the wellbeing of the community. So I think that there's a whole lot of good suggestions here that Councillor says.
Thank you, Ms. Sandra. Just to be clear, the submitters this morning weren't asking for the $500,000 cover. The officer's report shows options from $23,000 with a container cover, $105 for a standalone structure, $195, and then the big one. So I wasn't advocating for this $500,000 project. There are a lot of good options already on the table from officers. As I say, some as low as $23,000.
Thank you. I think what we all agree is there needs to be some action in Kirkpatrick Park, and that they are looking for that. Geraldine, welcome. Geraldine, are you on mute? We can't hear you. Geraldine, are you able to come through? I see you've got your hand up. No? Okay. All right. Well, we can't take Geraldine's comment at this point in time because we can't hear her. But I think there is a clear direction that Kirkpatrick Park needs to be a priority. We have set aside funding, and it's what's best and how we use that. So that is a strong direction. Right, thanks, Lex.
Okay, thank you, councillors. So moving on, next submission 79. You'll recall the presentation you received regarding a splash pad at Reserve in Whakatū. The officer comments signalling that's not typically a level of service that we have on our neighbourhood parks, and also sort of pointed to some prior consultation that's happened with the community as well.
Councillor Redstone.
Thank you, Mayor Sandra. While I really admire the submitter's tenacity in trying to get this proposal off the ground, I fully support the officer's comments, particularly in my role as Eco District's chair, about water and the restrictions that are likely to occur. It may well be that we'd spend a couple of $100,000 on a splash pad and never be able to use it. And I also like to say we had a very robust consultation with the local community and have a really good playground going in process of going in at the moment. So fully supporting the officer's comments.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Redstone. Councillor Kerr.
Support previous speaker and the officer's comments.
Okay, does anyone have any views to the contrary? Okay, so that is about the Whakatū splash pad. So good consultation happened with the community with that one. Thank you very much. Thanks, Lex.
Okay, the last one in this clump of submissions is submission 81, the request for lighting on Bill Matheson Park. Again, you received a presentation from the community this morning. The officer comments note that sort of lighting on parks isn't current level of service that we're funded. I'll leave the debate to the council.
Councillors, I have asked the Chief Executive within existing budgets of whether we could help the Bill Matheson Park team to raise the funds for lighting, and he says there is capacity within the existing budgets to help them raise the money for this lighting. If that is, and obviously council could be part of one of the sponsors towards it, but it would be a community fundraising project, but it'd be led by a professional fundraiser to help them achieve their goals. And at this stage, we don't have an exact amount. They're going through the process of identifying how much the lighting will cost. And I think most of you support a direction of getting good lighting into that park. Councillor Sears?
Thank you, Mayor Sandra. Yes, I support the officer's comments. Just to clarify, I know a lot of groups are coming to us now where we're looking to help them with external funding. I know that we have Kev Carter in that department. Do we actually have a dedicated resource to help people with fundraising, or do we help them within the funds that we administer?
Combination of a couple of things, through you, Worship. Yeah, Kev does a lot in the community space. I think, we have officers that, dedicated to understanding all of the funding streams of government and all the funding announcements and how that might apply to our agenda and the outcomes for community. And then on a bespoke arrangement, like I think that the Mayor's raised, where there are people that we work with and can engage, that puts together funding strategies to tap into the vast array of corporate and community funds are available.
Thank you.
Councillor Barber?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I think it's a good idea, supporting with the capacity to complete the forms, but having I think, like you mentioned, if council's a sponsor or a backer, you get a lot more traction with those applications, definitely. But Stu's he's very switched on. So between us, him, and the school, I'm sure you could put a strong case together to get some lighting up there.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Dixon?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. When Stu spoke this morning, I was surprised they hadn't made an approach to the Hawke's Bay Magpies or the New Zealand Rugby Community Sports Fund. I think the assistance of someone like Craig would be wonderful to go across the board so they can actually tap into that whole range of funding, because lighting is certainly needed, but they need that support beside them.
Great, thank you. Anyone else want to add anything or have any different views? Okay, so that's a strong direction there, that we will support them, and when we understand the full costs, we will consider that as an option to fund. Thank you, Lex.
Thank you. So we'll move into the second sort of category of submissions at this point that the officers have put together for you. So officers are suggesting that the intent within the submission can be advanced and funded from different sources, either existing operational budgets or in one case a reserve. So I'm just going to take you through those methodically now and seek your direction on those, and if you're agreeable with the approach being put forward. So the first submission is number 3. If you want to head back to the start of your officer comments, you'll find it there. The officer is suggesting that work will be undertaken. It's actually a renewal project that's currently part of the work program.
Thank you. Councillor Redstone.
Thank you, Worship. I'd just like to say I'm very pleased this is going to be a renewal. I've had a lot of contact from our community over this, and one of the communities taken it upon himself to take the nets up and down, generally look after the maintenance of the tennis courts. So the whole community will be absolutely thrilled. Thank you for that.
Wonderful. Thank you. How nice that we've got that in a renewal plan. Love that. Good. Okay, the next one, Cape Coast signage for Homeawana.
Yes, so submission number 4. So there are a number of signs that were talked about in submission. We've been in correspondence with the submitter, as have officers. We've suggested that again, what the submitter is seeking there on behalf of the community is able to be funded from existing signers' budgets, and officers would work with the community on that to take that forward.
Thank you. Councillor Redstone.
Thank you. Just to comment that really this conversation arose from the fact that the sign at the Black Bridge says welcome to Hastings, not welcome to the Cape Coast. So this is where the conversation started.
Excellent. Good. All right. That's great. That one's taken care of. Hawke's Bay Racing Carnival.
So submission 21, really just seeking direction from council on this. It's in this section because it's able to be funded from existing budgets. If you've got a mind to progress in that direction, I'll leave that open to discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
I'd like to speak in support of this. Apart from the fact that the funds are set aside, when I refer to the officer's comments, that recognises the alignment with our event strategy goals, particularly around tourism and economic development. I know that it's enjoyed by thousands, and I've had people say to me, it's like the show used to be. It's where we all go to have fun on a spring day. And then the other piece I was really interested in is the return on investment. And it speaks of this event as our best return for an investment in an event, and speaks about a benefit to cost ratio of 1.75 and net benefit of 1.35 million. So reading all of those comments and also hearing how much the community absolutely love this event, noting it also has a charitable part to it as well with Daffodil Day, fully support the officer's comments.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watkins.
Yes, Your Worship. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Look, I am supportive of this, but I'm not supportive of just a blanket 25,000 without tags. The Spring Carnival here could become what the Melbourne Cup becomes for the city of Melbourne. And I'd like to see our $25,000 investment invested in connecting the city to the carnival and really lift this up another gear or two. So I'd like to see it tagged towards promotion and bringing the carnival into the city.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. And I think you raised that with the team from the Hawke's Bay Racing. We've got Naomi here today.
I did.
And I think that's very valid because this is what used to happen. But that actually relies on the business community being connected. So I think it's everybody working together, Councillor Watkins, to identify how do we create an amazing showcase of Hastings through the Carnival, because that's what it is. So I think that's a very helpful direction. Councillor Sholem.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's an interesting process, the annual plan process, because anyone can submit, and in this case we've got an event that's submitting to us for funding. However, I'm struggling with this particular submission because it requires council, if we endorse it through this mechanism, to do so without a full understanding of all the other events that are being funded by council and the implications of funding this event perhaps over another one. So rather than us sitting here and endorsing funding of this event in a multi-year contract today, I'd like to suggest rather that this particular submission is referred to the staff that oversee our events fund and who weight all the events appropriately for them to make a decision as an operational decision, as opposed to council trying to make one today in isolation.
Thank you, Councillor Sholem. I think that's a fair direction. The funding is there, so it is about the events team identifying and making sure it meets our criteria and policy. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Mayor Sandra. Yes, I support that direction, putting it back to the events team. It's a three-year, multi-year funding arrangement, so I'm assuming it should be reassessed and reviewed and assessed against the other requests in our event budget. So I'd like to see it come back through there, please.
Thank you. Any other views? Councillor Barber?
Yeah, just like just picking up on Councillor Watkins is how we kind of broaden out that racing carnival to families. Yeah, because I mean, racing is kind of an adult thing. Go to the races, have some drinks and whatnot. But how do families kind of engage with that? That's why I picked up on what Councillor Watkins was talking about, having more of something that branches out into the town or something like that. And if I look at this and then I look at the Havelock Street Carnival, well, kids are all over that. I've been to a few of those with my kids and they love it. So that would be my only comment around it.
It's very valid. So, Naomi, are you comfortable with that direction to take that forward to the racing group? So looking at wider carnival for Hastings families, for connecting with our business community. All right, thank you. Thank you, Lex. Next one.
Next submission,
Flaxmere College.
number 45. So you received a presentation from Flaxmere College regarding the landscape works and program that they had there. What the office is suggesting here is if you consider that to be part of the sort of broader Flaxmere rejuvenation project that's underway, you could consider funding part or of that request from the Flaxmere Reserve. That's the option that's put in front of you there in terms of an option that doesn't have a rating impact. The submission itself, I think, requested $75,000. I've just the number there is just a number. This is for council debate.
Thank you, Lex. And when we went and the councillors went to visit the school, clearly it is about that connection with the rest of the Flaxmere Town Centre, and that's what they showed us. So it's not just about school; it's about the Carnarvon Drive connection with the new homes, and how to improve the whole school. And it's so we've got Councillor Kerr.
Your Worship, I support this request. I'm not sure about the quantum, but I certainly support it now that I understand the connection with community and that this can be a space for community, not just a school space. So definitely support the recommendation, well, a recommendation, and I'll leave somebody who knows more to put the figure on.
Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Mayor Sandra. Yes, I support it as well, really as a community enhancement. As you say, part of the town centre and part of a community asset. And I am very happy to put the 50,000 that's suggested as I think, quite an appropriate amount. Happy for someone else to up it.
Okay, thank you. And for those councillors who didn't attend the visit to the school, they have raised a lot. I think they've got that in their submission. They have raised a lot themselves as a community. Councillor Barber?
Yeah, look, I support the kaupapa and the quantum. I think 50's, what was after 75, I think 50's an appropriate number. Very impressed with how that school's turning itself around, the facilities, the kids. I went back out there probably a week later and gave them the prefix their badges, you know, their leadership group, and spoke to them. But gee, if we can, you know, support it, it's right in the centre of Flaxmere too, which is an important thing, because that's what you see when you're coming in, and once that's up, you know, beautiful. And it's right next to the park. You know, there's a whole lot of opportunities for the community to interact with the school. It's not tucked away in some corner of Flaxmere. It's right in the main street.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon?
Thank you, Worship. I'm just conscious I wouldn't like this to set a precedent for other schools to follow, so it's very important that it actually comes from the Flaxmere Development Fund. I'm supportive of the idea. It has to happen, but it's got to be truly recognised where the fund came from. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's where you're directing, yes, the officers are directing that. Thank you. Councillor Lawson?
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, really nothing to add other than that support all the other comments, and I think, you know, they've done a great job of raising funds, and I'd like to see this project completed and be a real asset to the school and the community. So, yeah, fully support it.
Thank you. Councillor Sholem?
I also support the comments that have been made. Like Councillor Dixon, I have a mild concern around precedent setting, so I'm just looking for assurance from officers that if council is of a mind to fund this to the quantum that's been suggested, we can in some way word it around public accessibility to what we are funding and all those types of bits to try and ensure that the community sees a return on this ratepayer investment.
Thank you. Great. So I think that's easy to manage. Excellent.
Yeah, I think it's in that context, through Your Worship, of absolutely a community asset. It's more than just a school playground. It's a relationship with other developments that are happening right in the heart of Flaxmere. And much like we did with Kimiorta School, where it was a community asset, not just traditionally a school playground, was the basis for what was at that time a $100,000 investment in the creation of a community asset tied with the redevelopment of Kimiorta School, and very much around what the Flaxmere Town Centre accounts for. So, and that'll be the basis on which we frame up this conversation and the basis for the decision, if that's where you're comfortable to go.
Yep, thank you. No one got any views to the contrary? Okay, thank you very much. CBD enhancements, Market Street.
Submission 49, David Brownrigg presented to you around the proposition in the CBD. I'll just review the officer comments. I think they give you a pretty good overview of the project, and on top of the presentation that you had. There's no funding implication. It's within the CBD funds we have.
Page 18. Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a fantastic idea. And if we hark back to the meeting that we had with CBD businesses only a few weeks ago, and where we haven't necessarily allocated too much in their eyes, then I think this is a fantastic idea for that area of town.
Thank you. Councillor Sholem.
Thank you, Worship. I agree with Councillor Harvey's comments, and also support this because of the co-investment proposal that's been brought to us. Ratepayers won't be bearing the full burden of this proposed upgrade. The only hesitation I've got, and the only thing that I'd like reassurance around, is that there will be proper consultation with St Andrews and other neighbours, because the submitter had indicated that they haven't yet had those conversations, so we would need to seek support from those neighbours before this goes ahead.
Thank you. Noted. All right, thank you. Civic Square Peace Po installation, 1 Po.
Yeah, so that sort of came through in the submission, I think. If you're of a mind to do a temporary installation, the officers suggested they can do that for you. The comments do refer, though, to the broader sort of planning for Civic Square. but on this basis, a temporary PO could be installed from existing budgets if you're in mind to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Sears?
Very happy to support it, Your Worship, because I support peace, just saying.
Yeah, I think we all do, don't we? Councillor Kerr?
And that was going to flag what Lex said, as long as it fits within our planning team's requirements.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr?
And I would just like to have some council design oversight, just in the sense of some of the photos I've seen of Peace Po could be a little bit more zhuzhed up. And I just, I'm trying to say it delicately, but what I have seen, I just thought we could do better in our civic square. And so it's just a sense of somebody being able to approve what is going in there.
I think the community they're going to fund an aspiration to create a peace garden. And so it's broader than just this one PO. It is actually creating a peace garden, working with Hiritonga Women's Centre alongside the Rotary Fountain. So they have got some plans that they are fundraising towards. So it's not just one PO. Wendy?
I only have one question. Goodness me, $1,000 for installing a piece of wood. Can we look at that and maybe do better? My husband would go dig the hole and put some concrete in if you'd like.
I don't think we need
I got a
to.
fencing spade and
Yeah, I don't think we need to get caught up in that. Let's just work out, and I know that the Rotary did an amazing job putting all the other PO in last time, so, all right, thank you.
Your Worship, I'm happy to support it as long as there is some oversight from council as to what is occurring.
Thank you. Right, thank you. So that brings us to the new funding.
No, so submission,
signage.
last one in this section,
Signage.
councillors, submission 76, Mangahururu Tangatu, and the office sort of requesting signage and storytelling at a number of these significant reserves in our rural area. The office is supportive and suggesting they work with Mangahururu and kickstart the project.
Thank you, Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Ms. Sandra. I'm very supportive of this as well, but, being involved in a PO project currently, very conscious of the cost of where these projects can go to, and being very aware of managing expectations of what modest might mean and actually how much council is able to contribute.
Thank you. Good consideration. Councillor Barber?
yeah, we're talking signage and storyboards.
Yep.
We're not talking carved PO or anything. I just saw PO there. I was just thinking, does that need to be corrected, or what are we talking about?
Yeah, I just can't talk any more specifically to the submission. I think that'll come through the conversation, the startup conversation you have with Mangahururu, and expectation and working through that. But the officers have been reasonably clear that modest funding is what will facilitate the startup.
Yeah, cool. But I support it. I mean, our mana whenua stories on our reserves, really important. Waimata was going through a process now. The kōrero, whakapapa, and connection to the land, they should be told all right throughout our rohe.
Absolutely, and well done to you guys with your funding that you got, Waimarama. Councillor Redstone?
Thank you, Your Worship. I also support it, and I base it on the Arts and Heritage Trail signage that's gone out at the Cape Coast. It's made quite a difference. A lot of tourists stop and read the information. It's very valuable, so support it.
Great, thank you. All right, that leads us to new funding proposals.
Yes. So just for clarity again, for people on Zoom, this last section, new initiatives that's come to the council, it will require new funding to some degree to unlock these. These have been placed on the table. Just for clarity too, they're all sort of notionally switched on at the moment or approved in a mock-up sense, just so that you can see what impact that had on the rate increase that you went to the community with in the draft. So as you can see at the top, that sneaks the rate increase over just over 7% currently. And it's the next part of this process to work through these methodically and make choices both over whether they're approved and to what quantum, etc. So the first submission, again, you received a presentation, submitter 38, Taekwondo. I think we all remember that presentation. I open it up to the council.
All right, so Taekwondo and the young people who are representing New Zealand, they do meet the Merrill Fund, which is $1,000 for people travelling with their sports team overseas. So they got $1,000 from the Merrill Fund for the young people going to Argentina. So Taekwondo to buy equipment, Councillor Sholem.
Thank you, Worship. I acknowledge the work that Ben does within our schools and in the wider community, and I think he would be hugely successful if he would apply to the likes of single-year contestable grants or a range of other funds that Council has. So I'd love to see, again, an offer of officer support perhaps to guide him through that process. I don't think the annual plan is the right place for us to fund that, but I would love to see him come through one of our other funds.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, thank you. I agree. I think he's, I think as Councillor Hanari O'Keefe said, he's a legend within the community for what he does. But I just think, again, if we talk about precedents and things, this sort of stuff coming through an annual plan, when we have other funds available. I did have a quick chat to him afterwards as well, and suggested a couple of other ways of getting some funding, and I got his contact details. But yeah, I just think it doesn't really sit within general annual plan.
Thank you. So then, as an action, could I ask Kev Carter then to work with him to help with the application for next year's community grants? And because I think that's probably what is required. All right. So has anyone got any contributes?
Thank you. I just
Yes,
endorse your,
Councillor Dixon.
I just endorse your comments, Your Worship. He just needs support to come to the right fund.
Excellent. All right. So people are comfortable that we won't fund that application? All right. Thank you. This is the inflation adjustment for Matheson Regional Sports Park, 35,000.
Yeah, so you just recall the submission had two parts to it originally. They were successful in funding the capital part of that project, so that leaves them with the inflation part request. Yeah, self-explanatory, I think.
Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, thank you. Jock may have touched on this, but does that cover the current facilities externally of HBCFCT, or does it also include what are the two, well, the new facility, which is the CD cricket and Giants boxing facility?
So this is just an inflation adjustment from the money that they already receive from our ratepayers?
Yes, I get that point, but as I said, we have growing facilities at the sports park and master plans for new facilities. So going into the future, I would assume that we would be, it's going to go up accordingly over time. So I just want to get an understanding of what facilities, or what is it actually covering? Is it just the existing only, or what is about to open later this year, external of the community fitness stuff?
Thank you.
Through Madam Chair, my understanding is, obviously it's external to the CFCT Trust, and it's acknowledging the increasing cost of delivering the services that they've currently got around maintenance of sports fields and the like. So I haven't seen, and I'm not aware of the operational forecast or model for the cricket and boxing facility and what impact that may have going forward.
So the contracts for service and the funding that we currently provide is for maintenance of the existing sports fields. Is that correct, Bruce?
Maintenance of all the facilities that the
regional
sports park currently has: sports fields, netball courts, hockey turf, athletics track, and the like. Yep.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Ms Sandra. I think that conversation actually just highlighted why I'm so concerned across both the Maita 10 Sports Park and the Pettigrew Arena submission that's coming up later. You know, when we're investing so much ratepayers' money, and I need to answer as to where it's going, I think that the amounts of trusts and the fitness trust and then Pettigrew Arena, and I'm acknowledging all those facilities for their extraordinary fundraising and what they do, but actually without a regional picture, because all the money we're putting in is subsidising the playing costs to all the children of the whole of the Hawke's Bay. And I think it's really important to see in one place well, we actually know all our people from Hastings go there, they come here, people come from Central and from Wairoa. I really am not comfortable actually with any of the funding requests across either of those until I see some sort of regional plan between everybody to share the costs, to make sure that all the children across Hawke's Bay are getting an equal amount from all the councils to subsidise sport for them.
So just a point of clarification, and Bruce, you may be able to help us with this. We have inflation adjustment for looking after all of our, so I'm talking about maintenance, mowing and things across all our sports fields. Is that correct?
We adjust our operating budgets to meet the costs that we're incurring.
So that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about a big wider regional plan. We're talking about mowing the lawns, okay? Thank you. Councillor Barber.
Can I reply to that, Ms Sandra? Well, then I'd like to review the whole 300,000 of our original costing, because what I'm talking about is that the payments that are being made across all of our sports activities across those two buildings and the cost we're putting in, and if that actually is reasonably shared or appropriate for the children that are using them. So while it might be inflation adjusted, I'm actually looking at it at a bigger level at the initial cost at all. I mean, it's inflation adjusted on 300,000. So I'm asking now, is 335,000 the appropriate amount in relationship to the other sporting facilities? Thanks.
Bruce, are you able to answer that?
Well, only to a point, Your Worship, that I think what we get with the regional sports park and that arrangement is good value for money for ratepayers on the basis that if we compare, if council was running those facilities, there'd be a lot of income generating opportunities that we wouldn't have access to, that the trust gets access to, which subsidises the contributions that we would make to facilities that are ordinarily delivered by council, sports fields, pocket turfs and the like.
Okay. Councillor Barber.
Yeah. Are we setting a precedent here around inflation catch-up with relationships we have within council? You know, I mean, if everyone came to the council for a 10% inflationary catch-up, I mean, that's a lot of money. And I'm just wondering, you know, my thing is that when you agree the contract at the beginning, you know, you have some kind of reviews along the way where the inflation, but I'm just not too comfortable about the end plan where a pitch has come for a year. So I guess that's my question. Are we risking, you know, others coming back and saying, oh, you know, 10% pitch has gone up, we need another 35, 40 grand, you know, and that go across multiple contracts that we have.
Bruce, you might comment, but through you, Worship, I think one of the ways that you can come into this, like the reality is, whilst our budgets have some CPI, I mean, one of the issues that we're going to have to grapple with, and you know, the real world right now, the inflation pressure on maintaining the assets that we have. So if you didn't want to invest, we'd have a different conversation about adjusting the levels of service around the sports park, because you know, there are big inflationary pressures at play, and how we're going to come at that as a council is having a conversation about levels of service. If there's no more money to put into things, and inflation's running at, and some of the costs that we're wearing is more than inflation running at 7%, you know, 10% plus cost increases, then it becomes choices about levels of service. But I think this is a conversation that says, if we want to, in terms of the levels of service around the current asset that is the sports park, if it's not an inflation adjusted increase, then it's going to be a conversation about, well, what's the levels of service we want to.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I get that, Mike. Yeah, I do get that, but this is the only, you know, this is the only inflation adjustment that's come to the district plan since I've been on the council. You know, so all I'm saying is that we could have 20 of these at the next annual plan. So, you know,
I guess it's
I'm just wondering if the district plan's the way to
annual plan,
to sort
yeah.
this out.
Yeah. And I guess we haven't got too many contracts for service with, you know, too many trusts that actually look after an asset for our community, and that are required to maintain and look after. So it's understanding, you know, who else is out there, I guess. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you. There's no doubt that the Regional Sports Park is a jewel in the crown of what we've got available within Hastings, and in fact regionally. And I do understand the inflationary pressures that they are under. The thing that I'm finding a little challenging is the timing, and the timing isn't just because of the pressure that our ratepayers are bearing, but also that there does appear to be a governance review underway, which may in fact have some OPEX savings that come out of. We don't know. And so I'm trying to ascertain when will that governance review be done so that we can have an understanding of that.
Would you like to answer that?
As much as I can, Your Worship, acknowledging that there are staff affected by both trusts, but that review is underway.
Do we have any idea of when it will be completed?
The current review is sort of looking at, we'd have this completed and reported back to council before the end of the year.
In that case, I'm actually supportive of looking at an inflationary adjusted OPEX for the Mitre 10 Park, but I would really like that reviewed again when that governance review is done, so that we're looking at it and they're not just by default carrying on as they always have. There's a real review done once the governance review is done, and whether or not there is an ability, as I said, to maybe get some OPEX savings in there.
Through Your Worship, so that'll obviously be a key consideration as we work through that review as to what the new arrangement would look like, both with its asset base and its operating costs going forward. It may be you do that review and it's not what you liked, what you want to see. It could be the opposite as well. I think just to one other point, following on from Councillor Barber, I think that the difference with the sports park, with a number of our other activities that we're involved in, we own that land. I guess with this strategic relationship between the two trusts, or in this case the Sports Park Trust and council, around providing facilities that council would ordinarily provide.
Bruce, that gives us a really good context. Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, thanks. I am pretty supportive of the sports park. However, I've got a few issues. I think the last three speakers have sort of touched a nerve with me, just on the generalities of where this is all heading to. One of the things that concerns me is, as I understood from their presentation, this is a catch-up for no increase over the last 3 years. And so it assumes that at least for 2 of those years, they somehow got through adequately. And I sort of wonder whether we shouldn't be looking at something that represents an increase allowance for the current year, but not necessarily taking into account the previous 2 years, which would bring it to sort of more in the order of $10,000–12,000 increase. Because it's so easy for people to come along and ask us for more money and for us to agree. But, you know, people have to find the money eventually to pay these bills. 35,000 doesn't seem that much spread over the year, but it's only one issue. So I really, I think I will vote against it unless we can adjust it to perhaps a 1 year increase to reflect the fact that there are significant increases this year, but somehow they've got through so far in the past 2 or 3 years.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Look, I'm fully supportive of this, $35,000. I go in there regularly, and its administration block runs on the smell of an oily rag. It's got Jock and one other. One half of another.
Yeah.
So when you look at it that way, and you think of the thousands of people that go through that park on a daily, a weekly, or an annual basis, it is the jewel in our crown. And as a council, we need to support this as fully as what we possibly can. So I'm 100% behind it.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Barber.
Yeah, you know, what I'm saying is that we do fund other kaupapa that you know, to some pretty hefty amounts. And I mean, inflation is biting, but yeah, I just think it just opens up a gateway to coming back to council and asking for an inflationary boost. That's all. And if you start to crunch the numbers, you're starting to get into some significant money. And catch-ups, yeah. I'm kind of where Simon's is in terms of the past 3 years. It might be just the current year or the year, you know, the current financial year.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, in this instance, I support the request. However, I just think, listening to everybody's speaking, that we do need to actually have that vision, that plan forward, and know how we're going to actually fund this in the future and what the, So I think it's just highlighted a number of issues that need to be addressed in terms of having that overarching plan around the sports park.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also in support of it, and it's just bearing in mind, one of the key reasons is, and we've also got PGA further down, when we went over there and looked at the old arena that's there and the wear and tear on that, it sort of brings home that we've got a world-class facility here in Hastings, and going forward, we need to look after these assets as much as we possibly can. So, I mean, I haven't seen, there's not necessarily a breakdown of what we get for necessarily the investment, that spend, but we need to look after it, and I don't want it at any stage starting to look tired and dropping from where we want to be able to market it as a facility.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Harvey, and I also support this request. You know, I look at what has happened at the Regional Sports Park. Next year, they're going to replace that all-weather track. Now, they say that is the best track for athletics in New Zealand. That's what the people told me when I went down to present the medals. Like, we've got this incredible facility there, and I think we just have to be really mindful that the Trust has done an outstanding job looking after it for us. The way that they attract funding, like nobody else seems to, and I think this is a very, very small adjustment, and that's from my position. But we have got some contrary views, so I'm going to ask you to raise your hands if you support this increase of 35,000 for the Regional Sports Park in principle. And Kevin? Lost? Those who don't support this increase of 35,000, Kevin has supported on the screen. Geraldine. Pardon? Oh, God. Okay, so Bruce is just shedding some light on the inflationary adjustments that we're working across the organisation. So Bruce, if you could share that with us, please.
Just making the note, Your Worship, that I guess if a compromise is required, current inflationary figures are sitting around that 6.9%, forecast probably higher in the coming quarter. If you wanted to apply just that 6.9% across the 300,000 that's already contributed to the park, that's a $20,000 increase, if that's more palatable.
$20,000. Councillor Harvey?
So it's 6 all though, correct? And depends on what our leader would like to do, doesn't it?
Sorry.
Well, yeah.
No, I can take a casting vote, but I'd rather to have a consensus. I'm going to get another speaker. Councillor Nixon, you want to speak?
Yeah, I just want to bring back the subject. We've just been told the figure looks like 20,000 to cater for current inflation, and I would change my vote if that was the figure.
Councillor Barber.
I think if we come back to I wasn't looking at the quantum, because quantum's not much. What I'm talking about is the risk to the council around potentially future submissions for inflation. Now, I mean, inflation's a real thing, but the council's not in the business of bringing everyone up to inflation. It's just we can't afford that. So that's where my concern lies. And as I mentioned before, we have some significant partnerships with some major funded projects, also the year, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I just don't want to set us up for a future fall if this goes through the district plan. So, I mean, Nigel, what do you think?
Yeah. But so I think if I could, through you, Your Worship, the context, I'm a bit stuck on this, is, if you go to some of the mantras that this council's had, and I'll use Lex here, let's look after the assets we've built before we start building other ones. This is a community asset that, we've benefited hugely from the trust arrangement that we've had. Now, whether it's been deliberate or not, we've ended up on assets worth $100 million at the regional sports park that hasn't been borne entirely by our ratepayers. If we don't want to maintain them to the current levels of service, knowing that there are real costs around then if we don't want to invest, we're going to have a different conversation about either the assets not being maintained to their current sort of levels, because I don't know, it's the same conversation we're going to have as a council. Like, you can bring out efficiencies, but the real world things that are going on for us right now with the costs that we're facing to maintain the assets we've got, in a context that's been pretty clear from this council, well, hey, we ain't baking in an annual plan that we're adopting that's got this level of inflation in it. Then it comes down to, if you can't find efficiencies, you have to make choices about what's the level of services you're prepared to reduce. So I think in the context of the regional sports park, if we don't want to recognise those costs around maintaining that asset to a standard, then we've got to have a conversation about, well, what does that look like?
Yeah, no, okay, so if this was a different non-asset of council, we would have a different approach, question. Because I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I understand, we need to maintain our assets. But inflationary catch-ups, it's tough.
Yeah. But we need to come back that it is our place, but it's looked after by a trust and not us. Councillor Sears, and I've got Councillor Resto, we haven't heard from you yet.
No.
So we might take her views first.
Well, I do support what Councillor Barber says, and that there should be some sort of contingency in there for inflation. And I'm more comfortable with the inflation amount that Bruce talked about. That sounds more sensible. Yeah. I just wonder about what would happen when the trusts at the sports park are have their review and what difference that would make. So that's where I'm sort of sitting with a question in my mind.
Well, I think we've got to deal with the situation today.
It's in the officer's comments
Yes.
is the reason why I've asked that question.
We don't know what tomorrow is going to bring with the wider two trusts, but today we've got a submission in front of us that we have to deal with. And this is an inflation adjustment for the regional sports
And
park.
I'm happy with the current inflation adjustment, or more comfortable with it than the 35,000. 20,000 sounds fair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Ms. Sandra. It's not the quantum actually for me at all either, and I know that it's not what's being discussed today, but there isn't other places where I feel I can take the opportunity. I am supportive. I'm simply voting against it because I want to force a situation where we have a conversation regionally on our sports assets and their long-term funding equally across all the councils that use them. That's the only reason I'm voting against it.
So that work is currently underway.
Well, we've got the work around the regional sports sort of facilities, and I think a conversation, but we've got to do the work first, is again, the principles that you might adopt around things like equitable funding across communities, is work to be done, because I don't know what that picture looks like today across regional facilities, but I think that is some of the work that's currently underway that future councils in across the region are going to have a look at.
Thank you. So just a couple more speakers, please.
Yeah, just-
we've had a really good go with this. I think people
In
know
respect to what
now-
Councillor Barber and Councillor Redstone said, in due respect, every request that we deal with is dealt with on its merits. And this is a one-off request from the Mitre 10 Sports Park. It's not coming from Horse of the Year or anyone else. You deal with those on their merits. So
Thank
I'm
you,
fully
Councillor
supportive
Dixon.
of the 35,000.
Right, thank you. Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, is it another crack to try and convince some others around the table? But, I just think that we're at a real crunch point with this facility, that we've got some new assets that are actually also about to open, and the marketability of those going forward and the impression that people get when they go there, that experience is actually really important, and it's probably no more important now than it was in the past. So we've really got to keep up that maintenance, because I think the last thing we want as we are looking to attract national and international events there is somebody in their feedback saying, oh, well, the experience wasn't that fantastic. You guys have talked it up pretty much, but it's not actually that experience. So I think, and that is around the maintenance. It's actually around the upkeep and how it actually looks. So I think we do need to look at it from that perspective. I get where Councillor Sears is at, and I'm incredibly frustrated with how this has padded out over the last few years. As Chair of Sport Hawke's Bay, it was always a topic, and here we are, and we still haven't resolved it. So it's incredibly frustrating around that.
Thank you. Last speaker, Councillor Sholem.
Thank you, Worship. Much like Councillor Harvey, one last ditch effort. For us as council, $15,000 when spread out across our ratepayer base does not make a marked difference. So reducing the amount that we offer to the sports park to $20,000 won't make a huge difference for our ratepayers, but it will make a huge difference for the sports park and its operation. So I do support the full $35,000. However, I absolutely hear what my colleagues are saying around looking at a wider regional review, and also really looking forward to the outcome of that governance review. So I think as long as we have that noted, that there is an expectation of council that is coming back to us with all haste, then I would hope that we can get the full support that's being requested here for inflation.
Okay, thank you. So just to remind some of the newer councillors, the sale of Nelson Park in Hastings was around $19 million, and that's what purchased the land to develop the regional sports park for community green space. So I'm just reminding you that that's how it all started. I've got Kevin would like to make a comment, and then we've got a different alternative on the table which we will seek direction from. Kevin?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Look, when we invested in the sports park, we invested in an international quality sports park. It is world class, and it's right in our patch, and it is the crown in our jewel. And when you kick off and invest and you've got that vision to make it world class, which it is, you've got to keep it at that standard. And I totally agree with what Councillor Harvey was saying. So I totally support the 35,000. I hear what the others are saying, but look, just think what the sports park has done and will do for Hastings. It's got to be polished all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I think it's the jewel in our crown, so that's absolutely spot on. So yeah, it is certainly one of our very special jewels. So we have an alternative on the table of 20k, and then we'll go to the 35, and then we'll see where we end up. So we have an alternative that Bruce has suggested of 20k for this inflationary adjustment. Can I have a show of hands, and then I'll move on back to the 35? Councillor Harvey?
Thank you. Can we not, so we can't go back to that as a vote? I mean, we've all had another second crack at convincing people, have we not?
All right, we'll start at the 35.
And if we started at the bottom one, we're going to end up at the bottom one.
Okay then, all right, we'll start at the 35. Those who, see if we've collected anyone else on the way. Those who want to invest the 35, raise your hands, please. It's the same. So, okay, so it's carried. So both our councillors on Zoom have supported this. So we're moving forward with that direction. That is the inflationary adjustment for Matheson Park. Thank you. Moving on now to Tomato Park, Essential Services contribution spread over 3 years.
Yeah, just to overview that one quickly. The officer comments you'll note attempted to prioritise the requests into 3 parts, which were broadly supported by the submitters, as I recall. The PCAL's feasibility study they requested earlier, but that's the way officers have tried to smooth that through your budgets, and I'll leave you to the comments that are there.
So this submission is of the, I mean, this is, you know, this whole look at our amazing asset, Tomato Park, and Essential Services, and that is the 3 waters actually that we need to be caring for. I guess, just trying to find it. 58. Has anyone got any questions they wish to? So this is on page 21. Because the trust board, yes, you know, it's probably good if they bring us a 10-year plan in terms of their essential services, but they have got some urgency around the 3 waters area now. I'm just going to read Mr. Hosford's comments here. Right. Yes, so it's prioritising these parts on what Mr. Hosford has identified here. You know, this place just gets busier and busier, and understanding how our toilets are going to hold up, and I do wonder if we have you know, done sufficient when we first put the toilets in. But anyway, Councillor Sears.
A question, thank you, Ms. Sandra. The Tomato Park come every year for funding. Do we have some sort of multi-year funding? Yeah, just
a 10-year plan.
Through you, Your Worship. We provide them an operational grant as well, but not for assets. And then the Transport and Parks team make allocations from bits and pieces as years gone by. One of the ones that the team will look at, which may help accelerate some of the water stuff as well, is getting our supply up to the main car park. They've got 2 issues. Most of the issues is up in and around Peak House and their own internal plumbing. But there's some work that we can do, because the way we dealt with the main car park is as we put that in that asset, we own and operate and pay for all of the toilet at the main car park, because we knew they just could not cope with that level of operational. And if we do that, we can borrow for some of that capital investment, which helps us smooth through. So if you follow through with Mr. Hosford's recommendation, we'll look to see if we can maximise sort of tidying up the issue as fast as we can. But Mr. Hosford's is a pragmatic way to eat into this situation.
Just a follow-up, Mayor Sandra. So the 120 per annum for our as our annual support, that's within our 10-year plan. That's yes. And the last question was: is the Tourism Infrastructure Fund being considered for the toilets? Yep. Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, could I just confirm? I just want to make absolutely sure I've got this right. Because it's over 3 years, that's 3 times 45,000, 135,000 or whatever it is. That is the total cost of doing this work.
No. So it's 45,000 in 22-23, 50,000 in 23-24, and 20,000 in 24-25 is what Mr. Hosford has proposed.
And that is the construction cost, not a funding cost.
That's the estimate to do the physical works. The 20,000 in 24-25 is about the feasibility study for Peak House. And councillors who were around when we did the original park plan on behalf of the trust will recall that officers in this council pushed the trust very hard to actually include Tomato Peak House into that study, and the trust at that time, under different leadership, we're not interested in having a review of that property.
Can I just ask, maybe Mr. Hosford is around somewhere behind me perhaps, what did we spend on erecting the new toilet block? Because this, compared to that, seems a very small amount of money, to be honest. I presume we spent, what, $750,000, $500,000 something, building the toilet block? What's it cost?
Probably close.
That's a pretty good guess. And maybe for background, we put
I just asked you to speak into a mic so our people on Zoom can hear.
So, council's contribution, council have built the toilets and the whole, if you like, the whole car park and that the park gates facility, and we maintain it, and that's got effluent disposal fields of its own, but we use water from Tomato Peak Trust to actually supply the water. We also at the same time put in the toilets down on Toro Road, but they are fully reticulated into council's system, so there's no great issue there. So the proposal working with the trust is that if they fix up if they can link into our reticulated system at the bottom down at Toro Road, we would jointly put a line down which would come down, pick up our toilets at Tomato Peak Road, and that means we could disconnect them from our effluent system. So there would be a net benefit to ratepayer with a simpler, more effective scheme. And similarly, the water situation, and this is why we looked at in the second year, getting reticulated water up to Peak House, which we would also at the same time use it to supply our toilets at the park gates. So it is a shared solution. It's a little bit expensive at the moment. So hence we've said the biggest issue, as we see it, is the effluent, in particular for Peak House. Let's work together on solving that one, and next year we'll come back, or the following year come back and possibly look to work on the water one.
We've spent a lot of money, and I honestly can't see how we can not agree to this. I mean, after our Havelock North issue a few years ago, and just that we would build such a facility, I honestly didn't remember or didn't know that it was going through some sort of soak pit arrangement. So it's going to get my support anyway.
Thank you. Any other views? Councillors comfortable with the direction from the officer? Thank you. No contrary views?
Yep.
Thank you. All right. The next one is the Okawa Esplanade Reserve.
Yes, so that's submission 64, councillors. So the officer comment suggesting that through the maintenance contract, we could do initial clean up that reserve and then some ongoing, a small amount of ongoing funding to look after it. I think the original comments talked about the group receiving the money. They're not set up to do that, so it'll just be handled by council.
Yeah.
Just a question, if I may, to staff. This reserve is under 1 hectare. The Te Pahui reserve is 2 hectares. I was just wondering why there's a disconnect between the two amounts we're offering for what appears to be similar.
Thank you, Mr. Hosford.
For you, Your Worship. This is a lot rougher. In fact, it's far rougher. It's a more natural one that has had no love or attention, and the community group is looking at that. My comment, further comment is they have stated they are in no position. They don't want the money as a lump sum that they go out and do their stuff. It would sit with us, and if we can get the fencing done, and this was an agreement we had with them out in the foyer, if we can get the fencing done and have them set up, let's say for 3,000, that's all we would spend.
Thank you.
I support.
That's very helpful then.
Support that.
It's enabling the group to get started, so it may only be 3,000. All right, Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Just a question from me about the rating area 1 and rating area 2. These are both rural complexes. Why is rating area 1 partly funding it or putting the majority of funding towards it?
Well, very good question, Councillor Dixon. Brilliant.
Thank you, councillor. So we've got various allocation formula across our activities. So the one that you've currently got in your revenue and financing policy for parks essentially funds all parks together and allocates that pot out, of which the rural area, I think it's about 5%. Yes, 6 point something, based on a discounted population formula. So rural funds urban parks, urban funds rural parks. Did I get that right? They both fund each other. But on that discounted population basis, yeah.
Thank you, that's news.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr?
I was just wondering if the proposal was rural fund rural parks and urban fund urban parks, because I think that would be quite a good deal.
Okay, all right, excellent. Let's not go there. And you know, shall we change that? Do you think you're going to get this work done for 3,000? Do you want us to change this and make that direction?
No.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's lob it in half.
Oh, I was actually just going to say, if fencing's involved, you will want a fair chunk of this money to do fencing.
Okay. So the initial setup cost for
recommend
fencing, and then the work the community takes over, right?
Thank you.
All right, any contrary views to that? No, okay, thank you. The next one, Te Pahui, similar.
My mic isn't on, so the office comments just a pathway forward there. So I just wanted you to pick that up. There's some commentary in there around a reserve management plan, which you may want to discuss, and then the funding aspect to it. Again, the officers are commenting that an initial clean-up through our maintenance contract could be done, and then an allowance of ongoing funding, particularly for mowing. I think Mr. Hosford's here if I've got that wrong in any case.
Thank you. Councillor Sears?
Thank you, Mayor Sandra. The Te Pahui submission did talk about a number of things, including their reserve management plan. So I'm very supportive of the money to help them. I noticed they haven't had any funding over the last 10 years, but also wondering if there couldn't be some sort of conversation with them. I don't think they're looking for a full reserve management plan, was my impression from my conversation. I think they're just looking for some help to tie up some of the legal things. Do you know a lot about it, Tanya Kerr? I just would like to make sure that's not left off now, because I'd be supportive of that too.
Thanks, Councillor Kerr.
Yes, so when Mangaharuru Tangatu settlement occurred, the legislation that was created clearly said that there was going to be a divide between the land and the hall, and therefore the land was to be returned to Mangahururu Tangatu Trust. It was going to have a reserve status overlaid, and that council must manage the land as if it was ours to manage and control. So that's in legislation, and in that same legislation it said essentially therefore council owns the hall as a way of dividing it from going with the land. So several parts. It's great that management is supportive of the hall, the building being formally given to the community and put in the community trust, because I've just created one. It is our reserve to manage under the legislation, and therefore I think it's important that we do. And the final clause under the Domain Recreation Reserve says, all management plans relating to Te Puhi Domain Recreation Reserve must be prepared in agreement between the council and the trustees of Mangahururu Tangatu. So what we have here is the legislation telling it's us and mana whenua, but we've got the community that's saying we want. So I think it's something, rather than we deal with through the annual plan, it's we seek guidance from management as to how we can get all parties together. It's not a reserve management plan as we would know them. It's more about what we can do on the land.
Thank you for that clarification. Everyone comfortable with that direction? Thank you. Havelock North Wanderers Financial Assistance, submission number 66.
I think that what's been proposed by the submitters outlined in the officer comments, it's a choice for you as to whether you want to support them in their endeavours.
Councillor Kerr?
No, I'll turn it off for
I
you.
haven't turned it off, Your Worship.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Anyone have any views on the suggestion? If anyone talks about precedents, Councillor Redstuff.
Thank you, Worship. I wasn't going to talk about precedents. I was going to talk about the submitters that came in this morning and commented it was difficult to get to the regional sports park, as opposed to these submitters and their call for more money to get to the regional sports park. So, yeah, I'm a little bit off this one.
Councillor Sears?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I can't see how we could be supporting a single sports club in this way over and above any others, and it would be setting a precedent that I think is outside our scope.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon?
Thank you, Worship. The Wanderers Football Club have got themselves in a position where they're a higher league, and they actually need to have a facility that can cope through drug testing and all those sorts of things. The moment they get defeated, they drop down a league, and so they won't need it the following years if they lose. But if they win, they're going to continue to need that type of facility, which they currently haven't got at Guthrie Park. So that's the reason behind their request.
So do you consider our role to fund a sports group, sports club?
No, I'd like to see it done a different way, but they haven't asked for that. I believe that we could support them in their rental of the sports park.
On next,
Councillor
can
Harvey?
you will recall a couple of years ago they did come to us around improving the facilities at Guthrie Park as well, which were a bigger picture regardless of whether they were in the Central League or not. So I think that does also need to be taken into some consideration. I'm not sure that it fits within, again, what we're where they've come forward to and putting in a submission, but their hand has been forced and by succeeding. By success and having facilities, their own facilities, that are our facilities, out in Havelock that don't meet the requirements of what they need.
There is a comment here that the Community Grants Advisor is offered to help with obtaining corporate sponsorship. So just highlighting that. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Your Worship. You took the words right out of my mouth. I'd like to congratulate this club on their success, but unfortunately it does come at a cost. I'd also like to recognise that Council is acknowledging the requirements, albeit not for another 4 years, with 1.4 million placeholder allocated within the LTP. So Council is trying to work to provide facilities that are required. So I support the officer's comments in far as trying to help them obtain corporate sponsorship, but unfortunately I don't think it's Council's place to support in this way right now financially.
Councillor Lawson?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, Councillor Sholem took the words right out of my mouth too. Very supportive of supporting for other funding, and I don't think we can support this in any other way.
Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, thank you. It's probably almost already been said, but do we support any other club specifically for its operations at the sports park?
Thank you. Who could answer that, Bruce? Can you answer that? Support any other clubs through the sports park fees?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Thank you. That probably answers.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Just another thought that's just entered my mind with Kev Carter helping them raise their funding. Is there any way that Council could consider just underwriting the cost of the case that wasn't successful?
Buddy, it's your views if you wish to do that. But, you know, I mean, I think we've got a clear direction here that people don't see this as Council's core business to support sports groups, financial assistance. We provide facilities. I think that's a general feeling. Maybe I'll have a show of hands, please, that we decline this application. Show of hands, please. Okay, that's a clear majority. Thank you. We have a direction there. Thank you. Havelock North Business Association Village Street Carnival.
Your Worship, this is in a number of parts, so I'll just refer the officer comments for the non-funding part of it first. So there's comments there in respect of security and the project updates. I think the submitters were thankful for those, so they'll go out. In terms of the aspects of the submission with funding, they're both there on the screen. You'll be familiar with the proposition, the Village Street Carnival being one, and request for funds for vibrancy. I'll leave you to take those two in their parts.
Okay, so Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, thank you. I am in support of these applications. What Councillor Baden-Barber said earlier, just around how this does have a positive impact across the community, not just in Havelock North. Havelock North is just the location of the Village Street Carnival. And yeah, unfortunately I'm not sure what the history is around how they said they did lose the funding in 2020. Is it just that the application was declined by us? I'm not too sure around how that occurred, but that was mentioned in their submission.
Can we just take the carnival first, but can someone answer that question for Councillor Harvey, please?
I can't recall. So Naomi,
I think what I was informed about was that it used to maybe be part of they used to fund it out of their original funding that, like for the association, it used to be part of that lump sum. Then it was taken out, and I think it used to go through the communities fund, and then I think it was that because it's not a community, it's an event, it's come to our fund. So it's bounced around a bit.
Thank you. And
there was a COVID recovery fund.
Yes.
And they put in an application which included this
Yes.
event.
Yes. Kev, did you want to add anything?
When Council made some changes to its structure, we had a strategy and policy team. The contract never moved over. So the funding was there for a number of years for both Hastings and Havelock North Business Associations for their vibrancy projects, and that changed into a contestable pot that just got lumped with Hastings City.
Thank you. Councillor Sears?
Thank you, Your Worship. I like the spring racing. The carnival, I think, should go back into the events conversation, into the events team to look at and be assessed against the other applications there. And in relationship to the Vibrancy Fund, I still don't understand it, even having read the comments. But again, I think that should go back to the committee for a discussion on whether Havelock North's included in it or not, and they should apply for it through that process, not through the annual plan process. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Sholem, thank you.
Yeah, I support Councillor Sears' comments. I think having been to the Carnival many a time, it's a wonderful event, but it is an event, and so I do feel it should be assessed against all the other events that are vying for funding. And in terms of vibrancy, I actually agree with the idea there of it being referred to civic and admin for consideration rather than us trying to magic up more money in this particular forum.
Okay, so just a question, Naomi, for you, please. Is there $15,000 for this carnival in your events budget?
So our events budget is, the reason it's come through the annual plan is the amount of 15,000 is, and the fact that it is an ongoing event, so it's not a one-off, and that it needs sort of protection in our budgets. Otherwise, to give you an example, if we don't have that, what happens is, although our budget's increased by 50,000 this year for events, $75,000 of events weren't rolled over. So I'm actually technically worse off. So this ensures that when we're looking at our budget increases, they are those events are enshrined. So the events fund, of which we have 80K, is generally speaking for those small things that we don't come to council for. So they're generally no more than $5,000. That fund has also, you'll recall with the multicultural strategy being adopted, there was a request for $50,000 of funding for events that was declined. So those events are now going to come to that fund as well. And then there's the addition of events that come through to us, the opportunities for the Hawke's Bay AMP showgrounds. And we know that there's an event that went through last year that is going to come back to us for additional funding. So certainly on terms of talking about competing for funds, that's certainly there for smaller events and one-offs, but if there are events that are deemed to be sort of a strategic importance, then for continuation, then we like to have those approved by council for a multi-year contract and at that amount, we could support it out of our events fund, but it would be quite a big dent out of it in terms of responding to small community groups that come to us on an ad hoc basis.
Thank you. That's a tricky answer. That's a very tricky answer. Councillor Sears?
That was going to be my answer to Your Worship. That was tricky and kind of highlights why I'm thinking it would be best to come back to see a paper on all of those things to start looking at the whole.
Yeah, I think clearly you haven't got a sufficient. We're trying to do more for our events with the same amount of funding. I think that's probably what you're saying? Yes. Okay then, thank you. But I think you're absolutely right. Great communities need to be seeing what events we're funding, what the shortfall is, so we actually have an annual plan submission from officers to say we don't have sufficient to manage all these events that are coming our way.
Just to highlight though, the problem with events is they don't come on a linear pathway.
Right.
And so we do, we approve events on a sort of almost 6 weekly basis. Kevin sits on a group that does that. And so we never know at the start of a year what that will look like. So this year we've been able to approve more events because we had some of our budgeted events cancelled. So our budget of 60K, we've spent 110 on community events this year.
Right. Okay. All right, thank you. Councillor Watkins and Councillor Kerr. Councillor Watkins, did you? Oh, okay. Right. Councillor Kerr.
Your Worship, I've looked at these as a together request.
I'm just taking the carnival at the moment.
Yep. But
thank you.
Okay, then my question, if I may ask one, is if there was one that was a priority over the other, which would we choose? And if it is not for us to choose, is it appropriate just to give the Havelock North Business Association one tranche of $15,000 for them to choose whether they use it on in a carnival or a vibrancy fund? Because whenever I go to Havelock, it looks pretty jolly vibrant.
Way of suggesting it. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Your Worship. And much like Councillor Kerr, I'm having difficulty separating the two things out because they are technically both for vibrancy within Havelock, which is why I do look at the two funds together. And a combined value, that's $30,000 compared to the $50,000 that's allocated to the Hastings CBD. When you look at them like that, it doesn't quite balance up. I would suggest that if we were having to prioritise, that it would be worth looking at establishing a vibrancy fund in Havelock North for $15,000, but also keeping in mind that that's not exclusively for the Havelock North Business Association. As with the Hastings CBD Vibrancy Fund, anyone can apply to that to have vibrancy activities within Havelock North, and I think that's actually a good thing because that will allow the business association to apply, but also other community groups who might be looking at doing wonderful things within Havelock.
Right, so you suggesting?
I'm suggesting referring the application for the Village Street Carnival to the Events Fund, knowing full well that we've just been told that it might be overprescribed, but it should be weighed against all the other wonderful events that are trying to get funding from us. So I'd like to refer it there, and then I would like to support the establishment of a vibrancy fund to be overseen by Civic and Admin as we do the other vibrancy fund for Hastings, and that fund be open for the same criteria as we've got in Hastings, but specifically for Havelock North.
So you're looking at a long-term plan rather than a one-off like this? Okay. Councillor Harvey?
Gee, Kev and I will be getting cold coffees from them tomorrow. Or water. I think bigger picture, I'd like to see a vibrancy fund for CBDs that include both Havelock, well, all three, Havelock, Hastings and Flaxmere, to be honest. And yes, it is contestable, and it doesn't necessarily have to align to the business associations, but they will be most aware of it and probably best resourced as well to actually accomplish what we want out of that vibrancy fund. That doesn't get us over the issue here of that there is, that they've applied for $30,000, and back to Councillor Sholem's point, a carnival creates vibrancy. And so I would like to see, and we're in a conundrum with the events fund, and that is exhausted. I would like to see my fellow councillors support $15,000 allocation that goes towards that carnival. No, and the vibrancy. No, I'm saying bigger picture. We actually go back to what you're saying, going forward, that we look at vibrancy, a vibrancy fund that actually
at next year's annual plan.
Next year's annual plan
CBDs.
that is for the CBDs of our district.
Yep. Okay. Now that's good direction. So we've got $15,000. It could be used for the street carnival. It could be used for anything else. Activity. Yep. Okay. So that's a direction we've got on the table at the moment. Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, I'm just going to repeat what Councillor Harvey said. I think it's a great idea, setting up the three CBDs into one big vibrancy fund that they all bid for across the thing, and give them $15,000 and let them decide what they do with it this time around.
Okay, yep, great. Thank you, Councillor Barber.
Thumbs up for that.
Yep, okay.
Just to clarify, Your Worship.
Yes.
So the proposal on the table is for a one-off $15,000 to support this year's street carnival,
Yes.
and that's it.
Yes,
Yep,
and then next year we're going to bring back to the annual plan and looking at a CBD vibrancy fund across the district. Okay then, excellent. So anyone not agree with that direction, please?
Sorry, just one more.
Yes.
Your Worship. Can I just clarify with Mr. Carter that were they requesting a multi-year allocation for the carnival? just want to make sure we're very clear on what we're approving, what we're not, and what we're telling back to the business
The
association.
submission asks for a longer term solution, so a multi-year, probably 3-year contract for the street carnival to give them certainty.
So I'm supportive of the proposal that's currently on the table for a one-off this year, but looking at how we change the vibrancy fund going forward, considering that the carnival could be considered as vibrancy, and they may well be able to apply for that in future years.
So that's a recommendation on the table from Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Sholem. Councillor Sears, you got anything different to add?
Just a question, sorry to go back. So the extension of their targeted rate to the 113 properties, and they're now collecting 164,000 per annum. Previously it was 61.
That's right.
That is the pool of money that they have now for their promotions and their vibrancies, etc.
Yes.
Yeah? Well, I would, if this doesn't go through, I'd like to propose that we offer 7.5 on the basis that they've grown their association. Their rate
I think that we've probably got consensus for the 15 this year and looking at the CBD direction for next year. Can I have a show of hands for that, please? So there's 15 this year and a direction for next year to look at the 3. Yep. Okay. Thank you. That's easy. All right, we're going to break for lunch, I think. 1:10. Well done, team. And we'll reconvene. I think you've given us 40 minutes. Okay, so half an hour. Back at 22. All right. Good. All right, everybody back. Louise? Town's on the telephone. Sophie, coming.
Yeah, she's walking in.
Baden. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
All right, well, we might get started. Lynn, are you ready to go back onto live stream? All right, thank you. Ahi ahi Marie, are we ready to go? Good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone, and straight back into the next part of our new funding and submissions. And the next one is the Royal New Zealand Armed Corps History Project. And so presentation this morning from Paul. It is submission number 78. There is a suggestion here from council officers. Can I call for some direction? I guess it is our long-term history that we have with the mounted rifles group and making sure that we, support in some form. Councillor Nixon.
As a bit of a historian, I'm always keen to record history. But as an opening statement, it does seem like an extraordinary amount of money. Because that's my sort of opening shot.
Thank you. So have you got any suggestions? Oh, here we are. We've got Geraldine. Thank you. Councillor Dixon?
Oh, thank you, Worship. I'm supportive of this, and I like the 3-year planning cycle they've offered us, basically, to get it started and to follow it all through. This is it's our history from Hastings, absolutely our history. The Gideon's part of our chambers, where we've been at for many, many years, and it's going to tell the story of those who fought in the army for many, many years and reflect back on what they've done. And the important part about it is they're going to produce an app alongside the book, so then that knowledge will be able to go throughout the world, basically, and our history from Hastings is imparted everywhere it needs to go.
Thank you. Geraldine, can we hear from you, please?
Yes, I mean, I am really, really committed to history, as some of you will know. Yeah. However, like the previous or the speaker before the last, I think this is rather a large amount of money. And I would be certain, given that project, that there would be other groups within society, within the country, within the community, who would help fund that. I don't see that that should be a charge that comes just on us.
Yes, I think it's something like a $400,000 project, though. They got 330. So, okay, thank you for that. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Mayor Sandra. I agree of its importance and its value. Although I'd like to suggest perhaps a direction where the council could write a letter of support for the project and help or encourage the group to look for external funding, of which I know there is quite a lot for this type of work, and perhaps they could come back to us at the end of those applications and let us know where they've got to, and we could reconsider at that stage.
But we would need to make a provision in the annual plan. So we have got their budget and their funding that they have given us today confidentially. So if we were of a mind to fund this, we would have to make a provision in the annual plan now. So that's just for your consideration.
I think one of the things that you could think about through you, Worship, is this is a multi-year project. And if, one of the considerations was, minimising the rating impact in the rating year we're going into, you could signal a willingness to make a small financial contribution in year 2. And I think to Councillor Sayers' point, actually do a bunch of work around the different funds that are available. I suppose in thinking about it, in the context of around Hastings history, but all the awesome things that are going on right now as we seem to celebrate this history more and more. On Anzac Day, we've got the Guidon coming back later this year. We've just launched big projects that we're supporting, that we're trying to fundraise in terms of Dolly the Warhorse, which will be Anzac Day 2024. So I just think in that context it might be worth thinking about, is there a small financial contribution that you could make, not in the coming year, but in year 2? And I think the suggestion around, again, working with them and pointing them in the right direction around all of these other funding sources, because I'm conscious too around the big push, and Councillor Barber, the point you made around capturing the very strong Māori element to this story, what's coming with all these funds associated with teaching our own history in schools and what have you.
Councillor Barber?
Yeah, I support that approach of our CEO. I think we can support financially and as well as a bit of direction on. But they have costed it out. These guys have been around for a while. I'm sure I heard them maybe last year or the year before, and we're singing a similar song. But I think pulling together our history and the history of the what do you call them, mounted corps and the armoured corps. I think that's in terms of our and Māori contributions to the war efforts over the years. I think it's a good kaupapa. So I would support a financial contribution this year, next year. How we going to split that out to minimise the impact on rates? I'll leave that up to management.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. Like many of my colleagues, I'm hugely supportive of trying to preserve our history, especially if it's accessible to younger generations. However, I am concerned even with the proposal of potentially putting a financial contribution in year 2, because I feel it's this council imposing a decision on a future incoming council, since we're right in the middle of an election year. And how small is a small contribution when we look at other requests for funding that we have declined today? So I'm more of a mind to say right now, council is not in a position to fund this. However, we would wholeheartedly like to support in whatever way we can their endeavours to seek funding elsewhere, and invite them to apply to the likes of creative communities and even this single year contestable grants.
Thank you. Councillor Redstone?
Thank you, Worship. I think it's a really good kaupapa, but I'm not sure that it fits with a council mandate. And we have a responsibility to our ratepayers to keep the rates down. So I'm a little bit like Councillor Sholem, I think. Perhaps we should try and help them with the funding first, and then possibly look at another direction for next year. Yeah, that's pretty much where I sit.
Okay, thank you. And I'll hear from Kevin now, and then Elwyn.
Yeah, thank you. What is too high a price for our freedom? What is too high a price for people who've given their lives that we can enjoy what we've got today? I think 75,000 is probably too much. I'd be very comfortable to see perhaps 15,000 over 3 years towards the project. That's my thoughts.
Thank you. That's a good. Thank you for your direction, Councillor Corbyn.
I'm supportive of the Chief Executive's recommendation. I'm just wondering if we are to provide help in looking at other funding this year and for it to have some grunt. Is there some dollars involved in that? And whether that's what we should be committing to this year and then asking for them to resubmit next year to the annual plan once they know where they've got to with that step of the funding.
Yeah, I think the year one effort could be actually, as has been discussed, getting alongside them, making sure that all of the funding avenues are being sort of explored. But I think it's still a consideration around whether you want to make you can make a small allocation in year two to the overall cost of the project, or whether you just leave it at we'll work inside you in year one and come back and we're committed to working with you over the years to see this project through and can consider a financial contribution through next year's annual plan. I mean, I think those are the judgments for you as councillors.
Yeah, and I'm happy with that approach. And I think that, I think Creative Communities is a, very good place for us to support and look at other funding options. I still think that, it would be, in terms of our relationship, to be able to contribute something in year two. And I think that that's something that I think that we should consider. Hey? Yeah. Councillor Shodham?
In that line of thinking, Your Worship, I'll put the Chief on the spot. Apologies in advance, Chief. Is there anywhere that can be squeezed for some funding without us actually having to allocate more and having any form of impact on rating? Is there anything anywhere in the slush fund? Because if there's not, I think, yeah, okay, sorry, non-existent slush fund.
I thought there was such a thing, but yeah. No, I mean, and I think these become your judgments. I mean, your considerations right now is your rating impact in the next year. This is a multi-year project. Clearly, from the information that's been provided, I think there's a judgment around whether you want to, in terms of the commitment and the partnership, make a financial contribution. It's clearly not going to be 75,000 in terms of the conversation that's happening around here. And I think that's something that you could. There's a bunch of things that we've dealt with that's put some allocations in across multiple years around whether you want to think about that for year two. But clearly, we will work with them, given that we're re-establishing the whole relationship. I think we're very supportive. That seems to be the reflections of this kaupapa. But year one's going to be largely getting alongside and making sure that we're doing everything we can to point them in the direction of all the funds that
I'm very supportive of what you're proposing there in terms of getting alongside them. And Your Worship, if you're looking for some form of starting direction, mine would be that, but no other allocation right now, and inviting them to come back next year when the fresh council's in place and they can consider it.
Councillor Lawson?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I would fully support what Councillor Sholem is proposing. I think that's a good way forward.
So putting nothing in this year, next year, or the following year? No allocation at all? No?
If I may, I think to clarify is nothing in this year, but working alongside them very closely, because we may be able to help provide links to external funding. But we also might get to this time next year and there may be a gap in which it can come through.
Okay, all right. Is that the general direction of most people? Oh, sorry, Councillor Dixon.
My thoughts are somewhat different from the others. We've got a very astute group of people working with the Army to develop this. They've already raised 60% of the funding that they require. They're only looking for another 40% or round figures. And they're at the crunch end of whether they proceed or whether they don't proceed with this particular history. I'd like to see us give them a one-off funding first off and then say thank you very much. We need to have the conversation further down the track, but one-off to get them underway. That's my thoughts.
Councillor Nixon?
I don't have a problem with a small amount of one-off funding, but I think it's essential that the message be sent that they need to explore the other avenues for financing, which we've already discussed. It seems an ideal project for that. So I could support a small amount, but quite small, 10,000 perhaps, something like that.
Well, it's just from the information that we were provided this morning. I mean, they've got nearly $200,000 sitting in the bank right now. They presented us with a budget that has cost structured over the next 3 full years to the end of 2024 to complete this project. I don't think, well, from the information that's been provided, it doesn't seem that the immediate need right now is, seed funding. It sounds like they've got all of that, but they are looking for, and I think one of the considerations, as your chief executive, my advice would be, in the spirit of relationships, it doesn't always have to be money, but I think and it can be a small financial commitment in addition to the other things that we can bring to the table is kind of important in the context of, are we real about the...
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Councillor Barber?
Yeah, I support that. I support Councillor Dixon. I think we can. I mean, it's different when people haven't been out there trying to source money. Now, these guys have certainly been doing that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think there's an opportunity to give, to put something in, so that at least the project has got some wheels to go forward, and then however they make up the rest, I'm sure they'll find it. But I think we should put a quantum in this annual plan towards it.
For next year? For next year?
What are you saying, Malcolm?
Just because they've... Yes. Malcolm, you think you're saying for next year?
Well, I was thinking what's in front of us is, yeah.
They've got a proposal here. I wouldn't like to see them come back again next year asking for more. I would like to just see, one, well, this is our contribution from the city of Hastings, your project, done and dusted.
Councillor Barber?
Yeah, I support that, yeah. And then what I'm hearing from you, Nigel, is that you would, get some support around them as well.
I suppose what I'm putting on the table, in the context of, the direction that you've set us on behalf of the community is trying not to increase the rates much beyond the 6.6% we consulted. Again, I'm looking at their submission and the project. They're sort of saying over 22 and 23, their project budget's $200,000. They've already got $200,000 in the bank. I think you could make a resolution to make a financial contribution on behalf of Hastings Council to the project, but in year 2, not the next 12 months.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Yep.
Madam, comfortable with that? Wendy?
While I respect the conversation that's gone on, unfortunately I can't support that direction of funding right now. I keep coming back to the fact we've declined other submitters for very small amounts because we are keeping the interests of our entire rater base in mind. And it does not sit comfortably with me to allocate funding, whether it's this year or next year, to this particular project until we've exhausted the opportunity of helping them look at external funds. I don't see this as core council business.
Okay. So so if we take that direction, so we've got a suggestion from Malcolm and Baden that we put some funds in year 2. Is that yes? And have you got a quantum for year 2? 20,000 or? 20,000. Right. Okay, Baden. And then we've got so we haven't heard from any other speakers. Elwyn, have you got a view on this?
I think I said my bit before, which was we should help them look for other avenues, and I think that's got to happen now. And whether our contribution is now to help them get some grunt in those applications.
All right, Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, I suppose I need to have a say.
You do?
Everyone's sort of looking at me, and to be honest, I don't support this at all. I don't see this as our core business. There are other things or other parts of the community that probably need this money more. I look at our knowledge bank as a place where a lot of some fantastic history lies, and the ability for the curation of new content of this type. So I just sort of see this as, I see it as quite opportunistic, to be honest, in regards to the annual plan submission.
Okay. Councillor Kerr, last speaker then.
I can't support any funds going into this year. I think trying to preempt and put funds into next year is just inappropriate at this point. I would like to clearly support them in their projects, support them if there's any funding that we can refer them to. But if we were to invest money, I think I would rather see us investing significantly in the parade, the inspection, the return of the Gidon to us. That's where I'd like to see our money spent, to increase the energy around their protocols rather than in a book. Because the information I've received is that there is funding out there and plenty of it, but just not ratepayers funding.
Okay, so I mean, there is, like you've said, the opportunity for them to come back next year as they continue to gather up more small funding. So Council 2023 can be looking at supporting, see how they get on. So, and I think that it's really, you know, we haven't got Kev in the room, but, you know, creative communities, other options that Council actually has processes, whether it be community grants. I think that fits the criteria, Councillor Dixon, for community grants next year. So there's two avenues within council budgets. So rather than annual plan budget. So, you know, I'd like to support this project, but I think there are other avenues in council that we could look at. So is everyone comfortable with that direction? Geraldine and Kevin, please. Yes, good. Okay, everyone's comfortable with that. Thank you very much. And that's the response that we need to give to the team that we're going to help them with those other pockets of funding through council. Thank you. Okay, Riverland Open Space Improvements, submission number 80. Initial actions only. Councillor Harvey?
Thank you. Is there an absolute commitment from the Regional Council on this project? Have we got that? Is that anything in writing or?
Oh, just ask Mr. Hosford.
Through you, Mayor, I talked with Regional Council. They've set aside $40,000 for the general area for tree removal, tidy up, and some native replanting in the next financial year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nixon?
I'm pretty familiar with this. I go down the park several times a week and ride through it. I thought the picture that was painted was more graphic than the reality. Yes, it's a gravel car park. You don't see a lot of, in fact, I've never seen any bad behaviour down there. A few dogs running around. It does seem to be a dog-free area, even if we don't denote it. The only thing that could do is some rubbish tins, because there's a wee bit of rubbish, but not a lot. I mean, go down Otani Road. That's full of rubbish compared to Riverlands. So I think I'm not terribly supportive, actually, other than just putting some rubbish tins in.
So the $20,000, Colin, is... No, I'm just asking Colin.
Well, that was for rubbish bins.
It's for rubbish bins.
And signage. And some planning work.
Okay then. So when we look at an area to enhance, like the Parkify Country Park, for example, with a joint project, or Harware Park with a joint project, how do we actually get that into an LTP to say, here's the next project that we would like to work on for our community?
Well, that is probably almost answered it. It would be, maybe it's something we should bring forward into the next LTP.
Right.
This area does cause us concern, not during the day, but at night, because you've got rat bags going down there and the odd cars burnt out and the like. You need to be a bit cautious about seeing it. If you seal the car park, it has to be in a pretty robust seal, otherwise our drag process will tear it to bits. So it's sort of secretive out, you know, there's no lighting. I think if you were to promote it as a new park that needs developing, sure, but in saying so, the car park is ours, the rest of the land is actually regional council.
So for a tidy up rubbish bins, you're planning $20,000. Right, okay, councillor Sears?
Thank you, Mayor Sandra. Just speaking with Chair of Eco Districts as well, and quite a lot of concerns around all the issues that Colin's raised. We know it from different parks, and particularly Waimarama, you put rubbish bins in, you get 3 times the rubbish. There's a whole, there's so many red flags, and I think it was asked of the submitter, I think Councillor Harvey asked, around the community conversation and who'd been involved in that. I'd really like to see this come back through eco districts for a discussion actually about if we wanted to look at it, if we did, in what way, the style of park, what the community's thinking, and take it in that direction, because I'm not convinced that the proposal is something that would sit that well with our direction.
Others? Councillor Lawson?
Thank you. Yes, I wasn't convinced about the need for this, actually. I'm pretty sure it would be in a flood zone, wouldn't it? Can't you go down? There's no stop bank after to the river.
It's not at river level.
Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter. I mean, I just think that actually there's other priorities. I think that there needs to be more of an overall plan for this area. You know, a bit of tidying up maybe, but the 20,000, is that just for rubbish bins and signage? And a bit of work to the, could I have some clarification on that?
And planning.
And planning.
I mean, if you want to defer the planning till the next LTP, then you could do some signage and bins for probably 8,000, something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sholem?
Yeah, look, this submission was fantastic, and not for the reason of necessarily convincing me that council should invest right now, but more because there seems to be a passionate community there who I think we should be more in the business of empowering community groups to go out and perhaps establish trusts and seek funding in all the different ways you can, and really get in behind the areas, because there comes a point at which council just simply can't have enhancements to every single open area in our district. We're simply too large. And I think this is a beautiful example of one that could be really community driven and doesn't need to be solely funded by council. I'd be really happy to look at this if I'm lucky enough to still be here in future annual plans or even the long-term plan, but I think right now this isn't top of the pecking order for council, so I don't support funding it right now.
Councillor Redstone?
Thank you, Worship. As Councillor Sears said, I think this should come back through eco districts and work as a collaboration with regional council, if anything. But I'm opposed to putting in a $3,500 rubbish bin, but like I'm opposed to a $1,000 post. I don't think it's going to really do a lot other than create a whole lot more rubbish to pick up. So at this point, I'd like to decline that submission.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to see it come through some committee, because I can see a real big vision for that car park, or that area actually connects right through to the Cape Coast. It connects through to Red Bridge by the new Mad Mile, and also back into Havelock North. And so as a hub and spoke model for pedestrians and cyclists and stuff, and with some improvements in that sort of way, I think it has got huge potential.
Yeah.
But really, I see this as, as a submission from an individual within the community, rather than that full community, or even a little bit broader as well in regards to the recreational use of that area.
Yeah, no, I certainly support you. I just think, you make improvements, and you just see when you're biking along how many people use that for picnics, and if you had a few tables and a few rubbish bins, you'd actually have more family using it. But I agree that it needs to come back through a committee, and I know that you have got funds in your committee, so I think that it is looking at how what is the next area in the district that you're going to enhance, because it's a beautiful part of the district, and I agree with Damon, with Councillor Harvey. It is a place that you would go for taking your family on a Sunday afternoon for a walk along the river, if it was inviting. But it's how you get these into the wider vision of looking after some of our amenity. Councillor Redstone?
Sorry, Tanya. Just thinking about the care group or community group idea, I think the submitter is probably in a position to get together a care group and get things underway herself. And there is actually a much wider conversation, as Councillor Harvey said, about the trail from there, the cycle track from there to Black Bridge and the condition of it. So I do think it's quite a big conversation and we need to be having it with Regional Council.
Yes, we do. Councillor Kerr?
I support putting aside the $20,000, but I don't necessarily want it air-tagged for just our piece of land there. I would rather earmark this $20,000 and allow the eco-districts, greater community, I'm not sure where it fits, to have a greater oversight of where the funds get spent through Colin, because I wonder if I asked the staff, if we gave you $20,000 to improve the environment somewhere, whether this would be the number one place. I don't know, and I'm not going to ask the question because that's too mean, but that's my worry. So I'd like to put aside the $20,000 because through working with the community, with the committee, there may actually be a decision to make, to put 2 rubbish bins here and something elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Barber?
Yeah, I support it going to eco districts. I mean, we've just had a workshop with all the reserve management plans in Havelock North and all the work that went into putting those together, and it's a lot of money. So, you know, throwing 20,000 at this is probably premature until you've had a committee look at it and probably go down a similar process. Yeah.
So we can take this through, you know, eco districts, but unless you're going to put some sum of money towards it, you know, you're actually not going to be doing anything in eco districts about it. So, I mean, you've got to make a decision now if you're actually interested in making improvements in that area, because the chief has just said there isn't any budget allocation to do anything. So if you were wanting to do some tidying up down there, you'd have to make that provision, as Councillor Kerr has just said. Tan?
I'd like to say I'm happy to put $20,000 in the budget, but not to be earmarked specifically for Riverland.
Push a button, please.
Sorry. I'm happy to put $20,000 in the budget, but not to specifically be allocated solely to Riverland.
I think we've got to focus on the submission in front of us, Councillor Kerr, because that's what we've been asked for in this submission. We either fund it or we don't. Councillor Dixon?
Thank you, Worship. I'm conscious of the fact that this is an individual submission that we've had. I'd have loved it to have been a community consultation that had come through before it. So I'd be inclined to let them go away, come back next year after they've consulted with the community with this particular vision. Because Riverlands is always going to be there, and we need to know what to do and do it once and do it properly.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Mr. Thu?
Thank you, Worship. I think exactly building on Councillor Dixon's comment, just listening, I tend to agree with my exalted chair of Eco District around actually inviting the submitter to pull together that working group, inviting them in to start the conversations with Eco District just to work out where are the legs and arms to this, and that will then play through. We can connect them up with Hawke's Bay Regional Council and work out what the project actually is or projects are. Because we also do as council have some funds for Blackbridge that we're still in conversations with HBRC around the closed landfill. So if we step back, and also currently HBRC has got significant stop bank capital projects, so I think building that rapport and relationship with the submitter and a care group might inform what's next year's plan rather than just throwing a little bit of money here and there. And I do need to stress, as some of the councillors have also said, is we need to be careful where we put rubbish bins if they're in closed, dark places, because rubbish bins breed more rubbish. It's a notorious issue right across our network. Wherever you put a bin in, is it sucks rubbish from everywhere.
Yep. No, thank you. That's helpful. Councillor Barber?
Yeah, no, I support that. So, you know, we just take this off the list.
Okay, so this comes off the list and we work through eco districts to look at this area whether it needs toilets, and actually the wider thing, which is actually going to create the next Pakawhai Park with what has been suggested here. So that is the wider plan for the district. Is where is the next enhancement? Because we've finished Pakawhai Country Park. Hawi Park is well underway. If you're talking about creating another area for community to access, is it this one? Cool. Everyone's happy with that direction? Right. Thank you. Right.
Okay, I'll just invite Bruce to talk to this last one. There's a separate paper in your agenda, which gives you some background, and through that discussion, it will lead you to what level of support and how to, there's a starting point on the slide, but I'll just pass over to Bruce to navigate you through this.
Thank you, Lex. So yes, there is a separate paper on this, and what it does is it details the submission and a bit of commentary with it. So you'll recall from in workshop we had with the chair of the PGA, Mr. Waterhouse, a couple of weeks ago. He took you through, I guess, the usage of the PGA and where those users come from. So whilst the PGA is located in Taradale, which is inside the Napier City district, Mr. Waterhouse made it known that it's within about 900 metres of the Hastings district boundary, I think he said. But there is a strong usage requirement that comes from the youth, particularly of Hastings. So the report really goes through and addresses the two elements of his submission. The first one is around operational support, acknowledging that the new extension will effectively change the operating dynamics of the PGA going forward. So at the moment, the Petika Green Arena has, the luxury of having lease income from the likes of Sport Hawke's Bay that helps subsidise the operating costs of running a facility of that nature. And there's probably hardly a facility like that in the country that doesn't require some ratepayer funding to support them with their operations. Users alone can't get them there. So there's a request for additional operating support, acknowledging that the additional courts won't have that income subsidy that the current facility has. I just need to note that funding request hasn't been made of Napier City Council at this point in time, but I have had conversations with my counterpart, and they will look at what additional operating funding the PGA needs going forward once we get access to some good operating information. So that's the operating request. The capital request, as you'll note in the report, it talks about a $18.5 million build cost for the arena. They've raised just over $16.5 million to date, and they're looking to Hastings District Council to contribute the last $2 million to bridge that funding gap. The Trust has acknowledged that it can borrow the money. It has access to a facility to borrow the money to close that gap should Hastings District Council not be forthcoming. Obviously, that does come with some financial consequences for the Trust. It adds effectively $100,000 probably to their bottom line operating cost to service that debt. That's before they even start repaying it, acknowledging that their cost of borrowing is significantly greater than ours. And their ability really to pass that on to users is much reduced. So I guess where the report gets to is recommending to Council to consider making a financial contribution to the capital bill. It's up to Council to determine how much that is and whether that's in one lump sum or spread out over a period of time. I know that there's been some conversation about whether the PGA is in the right place strategically within the region. I think that an answer to that is it is where it is, and this is not a conversation about whether the extension should happen and where it should happen. The extension is close to being finished, and it's more about whether Council sees fit to make a financial contribution towards that. So I'll probably leave it there, Your Worship, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, thanks. I'm just slightly confused. Firstly, if we look at the, I want to look at the second bit first, the operating contribution, 60,000 over 2 years. Do we, because we've been contributing to PGA for many, many years, is this in addition or is this the total contribution?
This is in addition to what we currently.
This is in addition. So what do we contribute so far?
We contribute $55,000 per annum for operating costs, as does Napier, and we contribute $30,000 towards renewals, as does Napier. And both Napier and Hastings Council with the renewals, we hold those funds until such time as they have a renewal project that they wish to draw it down.
That's great. I just feel slightly conflicted in that here I was opposing increasing the sports park funding, and yet we have this proposal before us. Now, the second question I've got is, you mentioned that the PGA could borrow the funding independently of us, and that their interest rates are appreciably higher. I mean, they quoted 100,000 at a 5% interest rate, and you've got 50,000 in here as the first half annual charge, so presumably it's that every year. I'm just trying to work out where exactly the point you made about them having to pay more for money shows up in the figures, because I can't see it at the moment.
So I think if you look at, so Lex has drawn a line in the sand effectively to make a, for us to help with our conversation. So there's an assumption with what's on the screen, which is slightly different to what's in the report, that talks about council making a $2 million capital contribution spread over 2 years, and with the $1 million capital contribution being made in December this year, so effectively we only have 6 months worth of financing costs, interest and debt repayment. The $100,000 cost, assuming a 5% interest rate, is a number that I've assumed, not the trust, on the basis of providing a level of sort of overview of what the trust would have to incur if they had to borrow the money themselves. And that was purely around an interest-only cost, no debt repayment. So that, they would repay that debt as and when they were able to, which would be challenging for them without any additional support from council.
So does the figure here of 50,000, there's no debt repayment in that either? Oh, well, I suppose same thing, yes.
Yes, so that's assuming that that's 6 months worth of interest and debt repayment.
And debt, over what term?
Well, it's over a 25-year loan, but it's only 6 months worth of interest cost or financing costs in the next financial year.
I hear you clearly. It just seems to me sort of semantics that it's still $50,000 in a 12-month period, even if it's split over only 6 months for the first term. I mean, we could say that the same thing for PGA if they had to raise the funding for 6 months as well.
Through you, Madam Chair, they don't really have that luxury because the building will be complete in August. They'll borrow the funding effectively now, or borrow the funds now to enable that development to happen. So they'll be, the moment they draw down that facility, which will be very soon, they'll be incurring financing costs from there on. So
the thing that concerns me is that we are proposing to borrow $2 million, which will go on to our debt, our ratepayers' debt, and we have to pay that off as well. So the true cost is not $50,000, $100,000 a year, which is the figure we're working for. It's actually that plus repayments over 25 years.
I think that the bit that's creating the confusion, Councillor, is actually what's on the screen versus what's in the report. If we think about the request that's been made of us, it's $2 million of a capital contribution. If you looked at that in its entirety and we paid that money over on day one of the financial year, if we look at paragraph 4.11, $2 million at a 3.5% interest, roughly what we pay, assuming we repay that over 25 years, that's $120,000 annual financing cost to support that loan over a 25-year period. What's been presented on the screen is really a way of trying to reduce that impact down to something slightly less by staging the financing to the trust over a 2-year period.
Which keeps your rating impact at a more reasonable rate where you've gone out and consulted.
Well, it can't really, because the difference between us borrowing the money and giving it to PGA and them borrowing the money is it doesn't go on the Hastings rate bill.
No, it doesn't, other than you probably end up with a trust that's not financially sustainable anymore.
So your question that you need to ask yourselves here is, yes, is that financial implication? But you need to ask yourself, is investing in 6 new basketball courts, were you there, Simon, on that day? Where went you? Did you go there? No,
I
you
went
didn't
over
go.
to the PGA with
Yeah, you did.
Yes.
So you have to decide whether our community is going to benefit from an investment over 25 years for this facility. This is a regional asset, and as to date, we haven't had any contribution in these basketball courts, and they have raised a lot of this funding themselves. They've only got 2 million or so left to go. They've had incredible support, and you have to decide whether you can satisfy our community that we are adding some value to our regional sporting assets.
All I'm trying to do is understand the financials. What I'd like to do is listen to the other questions. I want to talk to the motion, but I want to hear what other people say first.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Worship. Would you like comments or questions?
I think both now. I think that's, yes, fine, thank you.
You happy with that?
Yes.
So I've got about 5 comments I'd like to make, if you don't mind.
Yep, cool.
I fully support this application for the $2 million for all of the following reasons. It's a facility that will benefit Hawke's Bay for the next 50 plus years, and they've already raised $16 million. I've taught a number of youths where basketball and indoor sports have actually saved their lives. Some of them have moved on to represent New Zealand, and they've been mainly Maori or Polynesian youths. For us to replicate this in Hastings District, it would cost us in excess of 30 million. And this one is only 300 metres from our actual boundary. It's time we forgot about all this them and us stuff and mentality and think about what's best for Hawke's Bay. And I believe that PGA is exactly the catalyst that can do that for us. In the next triennium, I believe that both councils need to explore the benefits of having a combined regionals facility fund. We are all one under Hawke's Bay banner. We need to work together to achieve the best for all of us and stop any repetition taking place across the district. So that would be an action from me for the next triennium. So once again, I fully support it. When the time comes, I'll be delighted to move the recommendations with the changing of just 2 simple words, the removal of up to 2 million and just the words 2 million.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Barber.
Yeah, look, I support the proposal. I support the proposal because, I mean, 16 million has been raised. Napier's paying their share. And basketball and volleyball, I was surprised with the volleyball stats, but certainly basketball is the fastest growing sport in the country and maybe even the world. And so to have that facility here, close enough, you know, it's always a little, yeah, but anyway, we're not talking about locations, but close enough to Hastings. I would add that there would be some expectations that the Hastings community get a good rub in terms of the usage of the pedigree, you know, in terms of our local basketball leagues and things of that nature, to really justify that expenditure. But yeah, no, I support it. I support it. You know, we me and my older kids put up a basketball hoop at the marae in Waimarama, a good one. Put it up at the tennis courts. The tennis courts weren't being used, and that goal, there's only one goal there, but it has been used by so many kids to come to Tangihanga. They bring their basketballs and they play basketball. So, you know, basketball is a good sport. I love basketball, And I think having that facility there to be able to pull some of these national tournaments, secondary schools tournaments, you've got to have the court space. You know, you've got to have the court space, so that will allow us to do that. So support the total for the application, and yeah, I think it's a good use of our spend.
Thank you, Councillor Barber. Are you happy to second the motion? Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Ollie because I haven't heard from him today. So I'm going to jump through to hear what he has to say because he uses the PGA and he knows it probably more than a lot of us.
Thank you, Worship. I'm actually going to go against the motion. For my personal views and experience, I feel like this $2 million can be put towards our facilities here in Hastings. Like the stats were reported in the submission, the majority of the students or the numbers do reside here and go to school here in Hastings. So investing back into our own local communities would give our children a better opportunity to make it to the next level. And sporting wise, with our experience over the Christmas period, our RSC workers were looking for a location to play volleyball here locally. So that was then sorted out by the team. Our officers were able to organise the Hastings Sports Centre for them to go and enjoy playing volleyball there. So that's part of the reason why I want to vote against the motion, is to encourage our council to invest back into our own facilities here in Hastings and also Flaxmere. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Corbyn.
I'm supportive of the proposal for the full 2 million. I think it's, on our visit we saw it was a high quality facility that's really going to add, it's an asset for Hastings District as well as Napier and the whole region. It's a great facility. Hastings people use it. It's got proximity to Hastings, 30 seconds we heard, but I think transport and the ability to get there may be an issue that will have to be addressed in the future. And most importantly, it's a cost-effective way of getting that facility for our use. It's going to finish it off and it'll be cost-effective. Now, I will support it, but that is looking at this proposal in isolation. And I just wonder, and as part of what Councillor Sears was saying before, is what other requirements there are in Hawke's Bay for capital expenditure on sporting facilities. And it would have been good to see this in an overall context rather than in an isolated application. Anyone comment on that, or is it?
So Rebecca or Bruce, could you please explain to us where that whole process is of that regional sporting facilities is at?
Yep, certainly, through your worship. So we're working with Sport Hawke's Bay and actually Sport New Zealand at the moment. So they've developed the terms of reference for a steering group, which is the regional play, active recreation and sports strategy. That will be split into two parts, one a sports field and one second part facilities. So also just working on the scope for the sports field review. So Colin and Rachel have been part of that. So really it's just starting to kick off now. That involves all of the other councils as well. So Regional Council, Napier and Central Hawke's Bay and Wairua as well.
And when are we likely to see a draft report on that?
Oh, look, it's at the very beginning stages. So like I said, it's just terms of reference of the steering group and scope of the sports field review at this stage. So you probably wouldn't be looking to see the draft of the sports field review for another 6 months minimum, I'd say.
Okay, thank you. And I've got one more question, and it's really on the annual operating budget. And the question is, what is the normal process for application of a grant for the operating budget of the Pettigrew Green Arena? And why are we considering an increase in separation to that? Why isn't that included in the annual I imagine it's annual, application for an operating grant. Why are the two split?
Thanks, Bruce.
Through you, Madam Chair. So the operating grant that we currently have with the Pettigrew Green Arena has been in place for a number of years and it's remained unchanged. So Napier and Hastings have both contributed $55,000 per year for quite some time, and it hasn't been reviewed through that time. The only reason that we're getting this funding request now through the annual plan, and we got it in the long-term plan last year as well, but there wasn't enough information to support for council to support it at that stage, and the increased operating costs weren't going to kick in until this next financial year anyway. But it's only the addition of the new courts that's actually driving a change to their operating model. So using the annual plan as a tool to get that in front of council is a valid tool that the trust has to seek that additional funding.
So the operating grant that's been in place for a number of years, is that ever discussed or is it just automatic?
It hasn't been discussed around the council table since it was put in place. I think it was referenced in the report. I can't find it where it is, but the $55,000 operating grant has been in place for a number of years and it hasn't been renewed or brought back to this council for consideration as to whether that's increased or reduced.
Yeah, but you have a discussion with PGA every year about it. Okay, I'm just wondering why this increase wasn't part of that discussion.
Well, I think just that it's the quantum increase compared to what they currently get is why it's brought to this table rather than officers making a decision.
Okay.
Bruce, can you just answer a question? Really, I said when we went over there that we have felt quite removed from the PGA in terms of, we used to have a councillor that would, as an advisory on the board as an advisory? And that was a way that a council would bring information back to our table to, you know, give us some heads up on expenditure, how things are rolling. And I guess, you know, as I said to Mr. Waterhouse, we've pretty much lost our direct connection. I hadn't been there for a long time. So can you tell me what happened with that?
Madam Chair, so what happened, and it probably goes back to the same time when the funding was settled around the $55,000. There was a governance review. I think at the time Lawrence Yule was the chair, and he was looking to step away from that role. And there was quite a significant governance review that took away the appointment that Napier and Hastings Council plus the EIT, I think at that time, were making to that board and made it more of a skills-based board. So the PGA board or the Rysic Trust actually appoint their own trustees based on the skills that they need. But as far as reporting back, it's a very good point, and I think there is a stakeholders sort of group that involves myself and counterparts from EIT and Napier City that meet with the trust, Mr. Waterhouse, on an annual basis. And I think there's probably an opportunity that reporting should come back to this council through ops and monitoring, whether it's presentation of the Rysic Trust annual accounts and the statement of intent, probably a good process to start to follow.
Thank you. I think that'll be very helpful. Councillor Kerr?
Thank you, Worship. In your questions, it's made me think of a few broader things. The Rysic Trust, remember, is an independent trust, but I wonder if we could have ask about being part of the appointments panel to the trust, if the trust operates an appointments panel. I really like that trusts are skills-based rather than representation-based. So it's just a request to Mr. Allen. Mr. Craig, can you just sit back a little bit?
That reporting, you know, would be really helpful for our council.
And so that's the appointments panel, is our ability to influence who sits on the trust and making sure the trust is full of skilled people, so it's skills-based. Also, I really like the idea that we tie to this funding an annual report and coming and reporting to us each year. So a question
might be a philosophical question, but hearing what Councillor Ollie said, I wondered, does this investment, if we made it, stop us from investing in basketball and volleyball here in Hastings if we so chose to? And as I think about it, I don't think it would. It would be benefits-based, projects-based, making sure it meets our outcomes. So, as I've heard other speakers say, this is a regional asset. It's very complementary to the regional sports park. It's not trying to do the same thing. We're not likely to build a basketball facility like that here because it would cost us, I heard, $30 million. Nothing in Hastings will match it. And if we asked the Rysick Trust to fund it, as has been said, that they borrowed $2 million to fund it, then essentially the cost of basketball is going to go up, and it will be our youth, or the regional youth, that end up paying more. And when we spoke to Craig about it, he said that there's a limit to how much you can push the cost of sport before people stop playing. So I come back to, if we were to invest, I would be wanting to see our branding in there, proudly supported by Hastings District Council, so people recognise it as a regional facility. And I support the regional facilities plan. And I think if we got to a point where we acknowledged, and if we just use some examples, maybe there's a facility in Hastings and a facility in Napier that are deemed regional, we can work out a funding split. We have DRA 1 and DRA 2 here, and that you can do the same. It might be population based, it might be based on the council's capital values, it could include Wairoa and Central Hawke's Bay. So I think there's a way we can do it. So having gone through all of that, I come back to what's the best decision I can make now for our youth, and I believe that's to fund it as requested. If we fund it, we secure that RISEX financial position. They don't have the debt hanging over them. They don't have to use our operating grant to pay debt servicing, which seems a crazy way of doing things. We secure their future, we keep costs down, more of our youth can play. So it's got my vote.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Your Worship. I've been flip-flopping while I've been listening to everyone. I have. And I think the reason why I've come to that is because I think it's right. This is a regional asset, it is. And there's nothing like it in Hastings, and there probably never will be. But that's not to say that we should necessarily fund it in the way it's being requested. This facility is happening no matter what. So whether we fund it or not, it's happening because it's almost done. And it caters for a certain level of player, which certainly isn't our entire community, and certainly not our entire basketball or volleyball or whatever else playing community that could utilise that space. And in fact, there's a good portion of our ratepayer base that can't get the transport to even access it. And these are all considerations I need to think about when I consider the economic climate we're currently sitting in, and that this will increase the rates, again, that we're taking out to our community. We've consulted on a certain percentage and we are creeping up as I look on screen. I'm also concerned that we're looking at loan funding. In my mind, I'm always most comfortable when we loan fund something that's multi-generational benefit. And when we had the submitter before us last week, even he couldn't tell us necessarily what the future was like in 10 years. So that doesn't feel like multi-generational to me. The question is whether or not all of Hastings people can use it, and I think right now the answer is no. So while I support the facility and I support the OPEX increase that's being requested, I don't support the loan funding right now. I think it would be better, albeit slightly more expensive for PGA, that they borrow the funds and OPEX are increased, and then councils look at how that may be offset, rather than council incurring that burden on behalf of the ratepayer.
Thank you, Councillor Sholem. Got Councillor next, is that correct?
Yeah.
Right.
I was only asking questions before. And Councillor Sholem has been looking over my shoulder, I can tell, because so many of the points she raised are the ones that I intend raising. I put it, the main thing is, it's almost built. whether we fund it or not is going to have no effect whatsoever on whether it's built. It is built. In my view, the near term is likely to be the most difficult time financially in the lives of a great many New Zealanders, including a great many Hawke's Bay people. Just last week, the World Bank warned that some countries face major recession due to the war, COVID, supply chain, and so on. And a number of countries are in effect bankrupt already. This might seem irrelevant, but actually these things flow right through the world economy. And in my view, we're looking at really tough times. And I know that the chief doesn't necessarily agree with all that I say because Hastings is doing well. But when these things happen, man, they're hard to stop. We've seen the end of government easy money. Cash rates going up. Worldwide it's going up. Interest rates are going up. Inflation's going up 8% or something in the US already. I think it's only a matter of time, in fact I think it's happening already, that a lot of people that have recently bought homes are now into negative equity. They are going to be struggling to find every cent that they have to. And supply chain disruption looks like it's going to go on forever. Now, okay, the sports park might be only a few yards away from the Hastings boundary, but the reality is it's not close. It's a hell of a long way from Havelock North. In a car, it takes 20 minutes to get there.
You mean Pettigrew Green Arena?
Hmm?
You mean
Yeah, Pettigrew Green. Did I say something else?
Pretty much both from Havelock North, to be honest.
And if you get a bus, it's diabolical. You'd be lucky to get there in an hour from Havelock or Flaxmere, as Councillor Politi pointed out to us. We're already funding for the AMP showgrounds. I'm not sure where that money's coming from, and it sort of hasn't turned up in the budget, so I'm not quite sure in the long-term plan. I'm not sure where that's coming from.
The decision will be made on the 23rd of June on the Tonwana Showgrounds.
Yeah. We're a low-income region. We've got low home ownership. We're high homelessness. We're talking about whether we should borrow $2 million and pay interest on it. The cost to Hastings will eventually end up at least $4 million. Now, the PGA have said they can raise the money. And at this point, I think they should be required to raise the money, to have faith in that statement that they've made. And so I do not support the raising of $2 million of additional loan funding to give them, but I will, on the second part of the proposal, support, with some reluctance I have to say, an increase in operational funding.
So we've got a motion on the table, Councillor Nixon, so you don't support the motion?
I don't support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey?
Thank you. Incredibly disappointed with that statement from Councillor Nixon, to be honest. This is a community facility for the children of the region. What regional sport is played at Matheson Sports Park? Netball. All of the schools across the region come and play netball at the sports park. This is no different. The only difference is that it's on the other side of a bridge that is in Napier.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. So you support the motion? Thank you. Councillor Redstone?
Thank you. I've been flip-flopping around a little bit as well. So 30 seconds from Hastings, that struck me in when Craig said it. I think transport's my one concern. Both regional sports park and the Pettigrew Green Arena is how do we get the kids that really need the sport to those facilities? And I guess my concern's more around that than it is about the $2 million, because having talked to some of my colleagues, the $2 million is a big saving for us as opposed to building a facility ourselves at the regional sports park. So I agree with Councillor Kerr that if we do put this money in, if it's decided that way, that we should have some significant branding go along with that as well. And I would really like to hear people having the discussion about how to transport people there.
Great,
so yeah,
I
do support it.
Thank you. Geraldine, I'm going to call on you, Councillor Travis.
Yes, I have been going from one side to the other, but ultimately I've decided to support this because actually of our most disenfranchised youth, basketball, in my estimation, is the sport they're most likely to play. People have mentioned the issue of transport. In the main, schools provide transport for basketball teams and volleyball teams because they're relatively van-sized teams that schools can easily transport. People have raised the issue of distance from Hastings. I might say that if we weren't in Hastings, if we were in Auckland, we would regard Taradale as the next door suburb, because actually from my house, it's exactly 12 minutes to Pettigrew Green. I know that for a fact. So, so far as basketball is concerned, this is actually a career option for the future. I mean, I've had kids in the past who've gone to American universities on sports scholarships.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is a worthwhile investment to make in our young people.
Thank you very much, Councillor Travis. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Ms. Sandra. I think my views around the overall strategy for the region have been well exhausted. On the OPEX, on the increased OPEX, the 60,000's on top of the 55. I'm right about that, Mr. Allen. That's only coming from Hastings at this stage. They haven't. You note that they haven't asked Napier for an increase in OPEX. Is that correct? The report notes that.
That's correct. I think it's at this stage on the basis that Napier's already made a $4 million contribution towards the facility. So I think if Hastings makes a financial contribution to the capital, then there'll be a conversation with the PGA around ensuring that the operational funding model that we've got now, which is equal, remains.
Right. Okay, so I'm quite comfortable with that. In terms of the $2 million loan, I accept the reality of building this type of facility in Hastings is off the table, and that it is our children that play there, and noting Baden and Geraldine's comments on the value of that to our communities. But actually, and I probably will support it, although had it not been on the table, I probably would have proposed $1 million instead of the two, and looked at using some of the remaining money to Councillor Ollie's point, which actually I think the future in the type of environment that you're mentioning, Councillor Nixon, is probably back towards more localised sports and localised community. I'd love to see, you know, perhaps 10 basketball courts in small areas, upgrade the one at Waimarama. I think actually probably for the future, a degrowth kind of model is something that's going to happen, and we're going to need to look at more localised community activities. But at this stage, I'm still thinking, and I would have preferred to see perhaps the $1 million and a transport action point noted to it.
So you're going to speak against the motion? You're speaking against the motion?
I think I'll just wait until I've heard the last couple. I'm in the middle.
Well,
Sorry,
I think we just need to move on. So, you know, we need to decide if we're... Councillor Kerr, are you...
If I can, rather than, I don't want to give a sermon, but just to let you know that the Regional Transport Committee is looking at the new bus links. This is separate from highways. And Route 1 is the primary trunk service, and it will go from Hastings to the hospital, to the regional sports park, to the EIT Pettigrew Green Arena, and into Napier. That will be the primary route. So that's the plans. I can't say that's going to happen because it has to go out to public consultation and funding, etc. But that's recognising the importance of those two sports parks and that regional bus connection.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I support the submission. We had all the figures there. It's a huge growing sport in our region. It's already well supported. Children seem to be able to find their way there very easily at the moment. I don't see that that's going to be a problem. And as other councillors have pointed out, schools support that, as well as the transport is going to support that. Just a question around the operational cost. I'm assuming that that's going to be ongoing, an increase, because the facility is increased, obviously. So this is a one-off in terms of an annual plan, and that will be looked at in terms of the... Can I just have a bit of clarification around that? Thank you.
So what you could do, and Lex has already included it on the screen, so they've requested $60,000 additional OPEX. This facility, I think they're sort of targeting August sometime as it being fully complete and really fully operational, probably from January next year moving forward. So I don't think there's an expectation or an absolute requirement that the $60,000 is required next financial year. And I think what Lex has put up on the screen of 30 is probably more appropriate next year. That would add to the base of funding that we would provide to them, and then there'd be a further consideration about what additional funding beyond that would be required in the following year. And by then, I'd like to think that we've been able to sit down with the trust and work through and understand what their financial model was. They would have had a few months of operating it as well.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Just one further question. I just want to check, what is the motion on the table? Because I believe Councillor Dixon said rather than up to, he wanted 2 million. So
2 million. But 2 million, which is B, so take out up to 2 million. And C just needs to be modified in line with what Mr. Allen has just talked about, $30,000 with the Chief Executive working with Napier City and the Pettigrew Green Arena. I think, Bruce, we would need to modify that recommendation C for the mover and seconder, if that's a general direction. Thank you.
I need to
Councillor
find that.
Lawson.
Is there any situation where they wouldn't require the 2 million funding though? I mean, is it worthwhile having the up to in that wording?
Do you have an answer to
Yeah,
that?
through your worship. I think, over the last few years of the fundraising, and from what discussions I've had with Mr. Waterhouse, it does feel like they've exhausted all of their fundraising options, other than going to the bank and borrowing the money themselves, which comes at a significant cost to the trust. I think that's ultimately where they're up to now.
Okay, thank you. I mean, personally, I don't see any problem in having the up to in there. It's not necessary to take it out as far as I'm concerned, so I'm not sure whether the mover would reconsider that.
So I think the submission is for $2 million. Is that right, Mr. Allen? Sure. It is. The submission is for $2 million. Councillor Watkins, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Look, coming into this meeting, I was very much in probably the court of Councillor Nixon on this. And my thinking was, or my reasoning was around the rates rise, the economy, interest rates going up, and the trust had the possibility of raising this money without ratepayer input. I've listened to the debate about people talking how great this is for our young people. I accept that. But I want to just take you back to this morning's submission when we heard that there's sectors of our young people that these facilities just don't cater for. Or when I say don't cater for, they don't connect. We heard from just one of our suburbs this morning, and I wonder just how widespread that is. That worries me, and I'm saying to myself, well, could our money stay in our packs and support that? But I do see the bigger picture of Pettigrew Green Arena. And I've been round the council table long enough to understand the issues about boundaries and where things are placed and who puts funding into this and who puts funding into that. And listening to the debate, I've come to the thinking that here we are $2 million short. If Hastings and Napier could shake hands and put $1 million each to close this off, what a great way and what a great message that would send about cooperation right across the board. So I'd like to move it wouldn't be a notice of motion. I think it'd be an amendment. Can I move an amendment? Or notice of motion?
You can come back to that. We've got a substantive motion on the table, so we could come back to that if that is lost, Councillor Watkins. But so it'd be a notice of motion that you could put now on the table. But I just want to clarify something you've just said, that Napier City have put in, Napier City Council have put in $4 million. So when you said that Napier
I understand that.
Yes, okay
Yes,
then.
no.
All right, just checking, thanks.
No, I understand that. So my notice of motion would be that Hastings contribute $1 million to the trust, subject to Napier committing $1 million. That would be my notice of motion.
All right, thank you. Good as gold. Right, so that's everyone has spoken. Just leaves me. Look, I'm incredibly supportive of this project. I was blown away to see what the Trust have achieved in 20 years over there, and I've seen what they've actually introduced to our kids. And yes, Pelletti, we do need more courts in our area, and with the sale of our land of 150 sections, we're going to be looking at that community space in Flaxmere and saying, what does the community need? And that is the work that we have to do, and I believe that work is actually urgent, because a half basketball court in the Flaxmere Community Centre is not fit for purpose for future generations with the growth that we're. So the library is too small, the court space is too small, and we're going to have money that we can do that for our community. So there's areas there that we can look after our local approach, but this is significant. This is a regional approach, and to see that, 46% or 45% of the users come from Hastings, that is team sports. That is representation sport, people. So it's not just our local teams coming together on a weekend and having a good game of basketball. It is actually representation stuff, and that's exciting stuff for me, is having a regional facility that is going to bring regional tournaments, national tournaments. And so, to me, if we tried to do this in Hastings, Malcolm said it would be 30 million or 20 million. This is significant. And now we're 20 years on with the PGA. We've had very, very careful management of it, and the team have done an exceptional job and been able to expand into the trust to get where it is today. So I support the motion on the table and the investment in our regional asset. So I'll put the motion that is on the table, then we will deal with the notice of motion. And we've just got one change to make in the recommendations, which the staff will bring up now, which is the change.
I'll just read it out.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So as I understand it, so B is that Council approved capital funding to support the expansion of the Pretty Green Arena of $2 million. So the up to is removed. And C, that Council approve additional operational funding of up to $30,000 per annum, subject to officers being able to review the operational financial forecast to the satisfaction of the Chief Executive. That last bit just gives us the opportunity to work through with the Trust and with Napier City Council around the funding that's provided for operations.
I've got two questions. One's Councillor Sholem, one's Councillor Kerr.
Your Worship, may I request that we take the motion in two parts? Because I support part of the motion, but not all of the motion.
Can do, absolutely. Yes, Councillor Kerr.
And through you, Your Worship, Mr. Allen, is it a requirement that we ask for annual reporting back to us, or can you just make that happen? Would you prefer it in a recommendation?
I can just make that happen.
Thank you.
I think it quite be good to formalise it. The mover.
Apparently we're going to formalise it, Mr. Allen.
Could the mover consider that, please? Thank you. Right, so I'm going to take the recommendations A, B, C. Everyone's quite clear? I'm going to take the recommendation A first. Okay, thank you. So the mover, did you want to write a reply?
I can, if you wish, Your Worship, just to summarise different points, you got it more than that.
Okay, thank you. All right, if you're comfortable, put the recommendations. So, recommendation A, that the council receive the report titled Pettigrew Green Arena Expansion Funding dated the 9th of June 2022. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Thank you, that's carried.
Aye.
Yes, receiving the report. Thank you. Recommendation B, that moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Barber. The council approved capital funding to support the expansion of Pettigrew Green Arena of $2 million. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. And on the screen? Nine. Okay, that's clearly carried. Recommendation C. Thank you. Yes, you can. That council approve additional funding, operational funding of up to $30,000 per annum, subject to officers being able to review the operating financial forecast to the satisfaction of the Chief Executive. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against?
Aye. Against?
1. Kevin. Okay, so 2 against. Thank you very much. Those against, 2. Record your vote? Yes. Good. All right. Thank you very much.
And Your Worship, one other recommendation, which was the annual reporting you wanted to formally.
Yes. Recommendation D.
I'm happy to move that Hastings Council requests formal annual reporting from the RISEC Trust.
I'm happy to second that. Oh, Councillor Lawson seconding that. Yes, thank you. I'll put that motion. We've got that quite clear. Everyone's comfortable with that. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Thank you. That's carried. Great. Moving on to item 7. Well done, team. Item 7.
We're still on this item.
Oh.
Are you playing?
Oh, yes.
We've still got more
Oh,
business.
yes. Oh, we got more business.
And I'm going to navigate you through it now. Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, councillors. That's dealt with the It's dealt with the funding side. We've still got a few written submissions just to navigate through. We did start that, when we had a break. So I'm just going to take you through that. They are on the sheet if you're trying to follow it. But the first set of written submissions is going to take you to starts at number 7. But it's related to numbers 17 and 25. And you had the 3 speakers that came in and talked about the council's COVID response. Essentially the officer comments are similar to all, so I thought we could take those as a clump. Looking for your direction on those, please.
Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Mayor Sandra. I noticed that the officers' comments are very much in response to the process that was taken to implement the COVID vaccine passes. But I think all 3 were quite clear in asking for a discussion around different options. So I wonder if a good way forward might be a report back looking at different councils' responses and ways in which it could be approached if we come to this again in the future for us to consider.
Other views? Councillor Kerr?
I thought
Geraldine.
an appropriate response would have been for us to refer it to the Office of the Mayor to formulate whatever the answer is. But it's such a sensitive topic, and I just didn't feel comfortable having a big debate about it because the issues that were raised were very articulate and very heartfelt, and I thought it was more appropriate that the response came through your office, Your Worship.
I'm very happy to follow up with that response, and as I said to the submitters, about a reflection and what that reflection would look like. And I'm not sure whether we require a consideration of all councils in New Zealand, but it's certainly a reflection on the direction that was taken. So I'm happy to follow up. Councillor Travers?
One thing that did concern me was in one of the submitters I thought was actually quite pointed and almost personal about the role of our CEO. And I felt that we actually need to support him in the stance that he took in terms of implementing a program for the health and safety, not least for our staff. And I would like to see some sort of recognition that he managed to steer our organisation through a very tricky situation. I also found it somewhat ironic that one of the submitters was a teacher, when in fact the regulations put in place for teachers were a great deal more robust in the first instance than anything that our council put in place. So yeah, I'm perfectly happy for the mayor to take up that issue. But as I say, I really would like us to assure people that we do have full confidence in our CEO.
Thank you. I'll pick that up. Thank you, Councillor Travis. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, when I reflect back on the submissions that we've received around this issue, no one was actually asking us to necessarily rethink the past. What they were asking us to do is think about the future. We'd found ourselves in a really extraordinary situation where I believe our CE made the best possible decision at the time with the information that we had. And I think the support is and recognition is implicit in the fact that this council did support what our CE did. However, I want to come back to the submissions. What they seem to be requesting of us is to think about what the future would look like if we ever found ourselves in a similar situation. And I do think that we owe it, whether or not we agree with their stance, I do think we owe it to this portion of our community to consider that. And I don't think a letter from the Mayor's office just talking about the past is actually enough in what they're asking for. I would be more supportive of what Councillor Sears has suggested in terms of this council taking some work to look at how this was addressed across the country, not to undermine the decisions that were made in the past, but more to inform the future and see if there's anything we can take forward for the future. So I support a report coming through, and I don't know what subcommittee, and it could be an informal, but I do, yeah, I support that.
Any other views? So in general, you support a direction. I mean, we can't revisit this. What was done, but what we can do is reflect, did we do? Because whether or not we are going to be in a position where we close our facilities to vaccinated people in the future is going to be pretty unlikely, actually. So it's about how we reflect on how the decision making that we were asked of, and whether or not, and that's how I think that the submitters were asking us to view this, is to consider how we went about our decision making, and that's how I see the submitters wanting some sort of reference to their consideration.
And with respect, I would put on the table through you, Your Worship, if you seriously want to do a review, I don't think it should be me and the officers that are doing that.
No.
You know, if you seriously want to have a look at that, it should be somebody that can look at that wasn't in the midst of it all.
I don't consider it needs to be a review. I think that it is a reflection. I would be, for us to open this up again, what our country has been through, what our community has been through, the division that this whole situation that we were led through the Crown and through the management of COVID was very, very challenging and divisive. So I would not support a review through committees. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. For clarity, I'm not asking for a review, and I don't believe that's what the submitters were asking for. I'm asking almost for some work to be done on some form of framework for the future. I think it's really important. This part of our community again, whether you agree with their stance or not, have expressed to us that they're feeling disenfranchised, and this might be a way that we can look to the future. That's what they were asking us to do.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, from time to time, we all feel disenfranchised because of things that happen around us. But I actually support the Chief Executive's decision-making. Perhaps in hindsight, we might have done things different. But this was such a unique challenge that we just haven't come across for 100 years since the Spanish flu epidemic and the Black Plague of 16, whatever it was. And you had to make decisions, because if we got it wrong, the potential consequences were just disastrous. So even if we got it wrong, and I accept that perhaps we did get some things wrong, without being too specific there, I don't want to review, because I think these decisions had to be made spur of the moment almost, reacting to a situation that could have blown out to be somewhat worse. 1 million people died in America. Look at what happened in India. They were falling over like flies. So I actually think we did the right thing, even if looking back, we might have done it differently.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon. Councillor Redstone?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't support a review either. I think it's a moment-by-moment basis that we make these decisions, and I think, am I right in thinking that you did ask the staff for their opinions, Chief?
Yes, as an employer and the person that carried the obligations and law under health and safety, and yes, those are all the things that we went through in terms of.
Well, I think it was a pretty robust decision.
Your Worship, as I said at the beginning, I think this is such a sensitive, emotional topic that I still come back to the proposal I put forward, and I'd like to put it formally in a recommendation, that it's referred to the Mayor's office to address. And it'd be great if somebody could second it, because we just seem to be going round and round.
Councillor Harvey has seconded that, and Councillor Barber?
Yeah, well, I support that. I don't think there's any need to review anything. I mean, they have their right to come in here and give a call letter on their views. I supported the decision at the time, still do, and let's just look forward. Support of the other comments, so I think we've got a way forward, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Barber. Any views to the contrary? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lex.
Okay, Councillor, so just working through the officers' comments book, where I'm sure you all are. So next one's number 18. That was the discussion around, I guess you'd call it the future urbanisation of Percival Road, or a vision that was being painted there and some issues that were being experienced. I updated you on the study that's currently underway and the break, which will look at some of the other points raised around congestion or potential perceptions of that at Percival and Everton, and other surrounding connections such as Lyndhurst. So that'll come back to you when that study's complete in about 3 months' time. But I'll leave it with you if you wanted to pick up on any other points that were raised in the presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just interested in when way prior before my time, the sports park was first mooted and plans and stuff put in place. Was there much reference or vision for what would occur or need to occur from a networking and infrastructure outside of? So, with the stuff that he came forward with as ideas, were they actually planned anyway and just have never been delivered on for whatever reason?
I can't probably fully answer that. Craig's left. I think it's been an incremental build and development, and the street as it looked at that time, satisfied the need and the traffic flows and everything that came with it. And I just think that we're probably in a situation there where the maturity of the park might require the maturity of the access now. So I don't know that there was a holistic vision looking forward. I don't know that the development of the sports park, to the extent it has, was even thought about to that degree, potentially, although the quantum of land hasn't changed.
Just to add to that, there are, master plans and potential other acquisitions of land as well around that area. you know, and going back to the fact of it is a pain in the butt to get out of. In is okay. Out when netball all finishes at exactly the same time is a real challenge. So I think, you know, it is something that we really do need to explore and move forward with.
Okay, so, but you're comfortable with the 3 month, yeah.
Well, I think just on the 3 month, there will be other things that hopefully will be decided within the park as well by then and actually become more public. So I think it will probably tie in quite well with those.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon?
Thank you, Worship. I was very pleased that this submission was put forward, to be honest. For me, it goes way beyond the traffic in and out of Percival Road and Lyndhurst Road. It's a whole range of health and safety factors that are around there as well. So I would like some urgency placed on this as an action point for our council in the future, so that we can get it right.
Yes, so we've got the study schedule.
Study coming through.
Yes.
Once we get the study through, to put some action. Well, I don't want to delay it another 2 years.
Okay, all right. Note your comments. Councillor Nixon?
3 months is almost on the edge of the election. And I sort of rather would like to know about it before then, or at least have some indication of what we're thinking, where it's heading, so that I'm better informed and maybe can contribute. And it then needs probably to be brought back before the new council if there are substantial changes for pretty much the same reason. So it's just unfortunate timing where we are at the moment. I think 3 months is actually quite problematic, but it could be earlier, it could be later, and both would be a better option.
Yeah, it's not going to be earlier.
Yeah.
It's not going to be
No,
earlier.
so it's not going to be earlier. It will be for the new council. Okay, thank you. All right, so everyone's comfortable with that direction? All right, thank you, Lex.
Next one's number 19. You had a similar one you dealt with earlier, those concerns around the economic environment and rate increases in spending. The officer comments, you endorsed it for a previous submitter, I presume.
Yes.
We're endorsing now?
Yes.
Okay.
Comfortable with that?
Submission 20 from the Landmarks Trust, so they covered quite a few aspects. It was quite comprehensive, and the officers have attempted to respond to most of that. I picked up that you wanted particular acknowledgement of the work being done by the Trust in the reply, which obviously we'll pick up. I'll leave that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sholon?
Thank you for picking up that bit, Lex, but also specifically around the mention of the design panel and obviously their aspirations to be part of that and to be kept up to date with how that's progressing.
Thanks. Yeah, I have that fuller on over the page.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Corbyn?
I noticed in the officer's comments on the submission and other submissions on climate change, there's the sentence, provision is made in the long-term plan to significantly ramp up dedicated resources over the next 2 years as the council further develops the strategic climate change actions in collaboration with regional partners. What I'd like to know is what is the resource that's been dedicated over the next 2 years?
Yeah, so the resources in two parts. There's a operational allowance that's incrementally increasing by 50,000, I think it is, for a number of years to build up a base.
So it starts at 50 and 50 each year on top?
Yeah, that's right. So I'm not sure what it is next year. I just haven't got the numbers, but that was just how we fed through a number of initiatives in our long-term plan with the rating concerns, and then there's the secondary part to that is once an action plan's developed and there's that more substantive money that's sitting in the budget from about year 5 that accumulates into millions over the 5 following years later in your LTP.
Yeah, so this says 2 years, not 5 years.
Operational funding is incrementally increasing over the first 3 years of the LTP. Then that more significant, what we call climate change action funding line sitting there, but without an action plan to really take it forward at the moment.
Thank you. Any views to the contrary? Thank you.
22, speeding on Bennett Road. The officers are suggesting that they'll investigate that. And there is some conversation in the comments around the Kura and other things that are underway with school speed limits.
Thank you. Any views to the contrary? Thank you.
Okay, the following, there's the 3 submitters there, and there's also one further along, submission 31 as well, but all 4 of them talked about safety. They had speed concerns in the Hamoana area, Hamoana Road, Beach Road, and the lady that came in around Wellwood, but in the same sort of locality. The officers suggesting that they will conduct traffic surveys and be informed by those in terms of next steps.
Thank you. Councillor Redstone?
I can't have a say on this one because my son's one of the submitters, but I would like to say there's a lot of surveys going to be going on at the same time on roading and traffic speed. A little bit concerned about whether we've got the capacity to do them all at once.
But that's all in one area?
No,
Hamoana and Tiwanga?
That is, but there's also Bennett Road we've had, and then the one before that. So there's a number of surveys going to be conducted all at once within the next 3 months.
Do we have anybody from roading here to manage that workload, Chief?
I'm happy to follow that up, but
Okay.
if the officers suggested they can do that, I guess that's where we're at, but I'll follow that up on your behalf. Happy.
Thank you. 26?
Yep, so 26, so Rowan Sherwood, if you flick to there, really around land use and future housing growth, the officers are really referring the submission to the other processes that you're all probably quite familiar with now, that we're entering into in regard to those, into future development strategies and the like. So more appropriate place to be considering that holistically with everything else.
Comfortable with the direction from the officers' report? Thank you.
Okay, next submission 27. I guess a call for reduced spending, but also some comments around the lower level of service. I believe this gentleman lives in the Rarotonga Plains, so just outside the urban area. And so the commentary and the officer comments talk about the fact that that's given there's an allowance for that in our rating system with the differential system that's in place and discounts for urban-based services and the like. And then obviously between rating area and 1 hour rating area 2, that's accentuated even further for the further distance. So as much as the rating system can, it's tried to reflect that in terms of how it sheets the cost to property owners.
Thank you. Thank you. Any views to the contrary? Thank you. 28?
Yep, so Keith Newman, I'll leave you to reflect on the officer comments because I just haven't read those for a while. I was calling for some improvements in that area in terms of the track and parking, and so I think the officers have responded there for you.
I think it's helpful just to add that, given that the Regional Council looks after the limestone paths, that if we could just make a note to follow up with the Regional Council. Councillor Redstone?
Can I just answer that? Actually, Regional Council have passed the limestone track over to us from Blackbridge to Clifton. Please, yeah. They have. They've actually given us the responsibility of it all the way from Blackbridge to Clifton.
Can someone just tell me how that works? Because I don't think you just hand over the region. Yeah, we'll bring that back as an action. Thank you. Councillor Nixon?
I hope I've got the right one. The front part of this was about speeding around around the Gloon. That was the one where I said, who's doing the speeding? And the woman said, well, except for the locals. Have I got the wrong one?
Keith, that's a Keith Newman one. And so the officers are looking at the speed reviews on some of those areas and those roads in Tiwanga and Hamoana.
Yeah, all I'm saying is I'm not sure that that's the right approach because if it's the locals, they know full well what the speed limit is. It's not. Got the wrong one?
Yeah, Chair.
Okay.
Just from there.
Thank you. 29?
Your Worship, with
I'm
respect to
conflicted,
you, I
yes.
understand you're
Yes,
conflicted on this
I'll
one.
leave you to take that one.
So I'll just chair this item 29 and any others that might pop up on Russell Street North.
Luke Mason, 29.
The submit is just supporting improvements that have been made. We've just commented that we appreciate the support.
Any other comments?
Happy to take the officer's comment.
All right. We support it, Lex. I'll hand back to Her Worship.
Okay, number 30, Rangiora Street, speed reduction again around school finish times. You can see the officer comments there. You know, there are things underway nationally around speed limits and reviews around schools, which our council's adhering to.
Any contrary views or supporting views on that?
Your Worship, from my point of view, not part of the annual plan, but in general, it would be great to get an email from staff explaining their priority list around schools and why schools get in the first year and why schools become in the second or third year.
Does that go back through active transport, the school rollout? Okay, so could we have that brought to the ops and monitoring? Councillor Travers?
This submission actually highlights a lot of road issues that are happening around Mahora at the moment. The redesign of Frederick Street a few years ago has exacerbated problems. Duke Street is a nightmare, particularly around school opening and closing times. There have been numerous accidents, and also the increasing density of traffic has meant that for people wanting to go on to Pakapai Road, that is also a problem. And in long term, we may need to have a roundabout at the corner of Frederick and Pakapai Road to encourage people down Frederick Street rather than Duke Street, which we have rendered through our own best efforts almost non-operational at times of the day.
Thank you. Yep, so I think everyone's in agreement with that one, Lex.
Very good. Okay, submission 32, just supportive of initiatives contained in the plan, so we'll acknowledge that. Submission 33, again, supportive of the seawall proposal. That'll be picked up in the separate report that goes to the 23rd of June council meeting, and the response will reflect the council decisions made there. 35, again, supportive comments of the plan and what was in it, so we will respond accordingly. 37, Walter Brewstadt. You are familiar with the presentations he made. There's another submission as well, but along a similar theme around climate change, emission reduction and the like, and some suggestions around initiatives around low-hanging fruit and the like.
Is everyone comfortable with the officer's comments for Walter and the direction for eco districts?
Walter makes some really good comments. I know he's infuriating, he's surprising mad, but he does make some good comments, very relevant.
Oh, Walter's a huge asset in terms of our eco districts and our wellbeing.
Really quite acknowledged him to the extent perhaps that we should. Like, I think all his points are very valid.
So I think that Walter is part of our eco districts committee, actually. Would the chairman like to speak, please?
Certainly invited to our committee meetings because of his knowledge and his passion. And he's very, very well informed about the environment.
Yes.
He's also an engineer and an architect, so
Absolutely.
we appreciate his input.
Thank you very much, Councillor Redstone. Councillor Sears?
Yes, concur with that. And I think an eco district, something we could take forward from this and is to look at some of the initiatives going, we could look to tie into medium density and design guide, because they're currently we're having trouble trying to get them actually into planning, but it may be that we could start using some of those through the design guide process as a first step.
I think that's an excellent idea. Thank you, Councillor Sears. Oh, sorry. Oh, Mr O'Shaughnessy, you're joining council, are you?
Not today. I was just going to mention that Walter will be speaking at the 11th of August at the Development Forum on his initiatives in terms of, so that most of the development engineering development community turn up, and he's going to give them the speech about more green areas and urban areas.
Fantastic.
And then He's also been involved in the redevelopment for 206 Queen Street, where we're looking at some permeable car parking spaces. So,
Oh, that's exciting. Thank you very much
Thank you.
for informing us. Okay, thank you.
Your Worship, if I can just add, the officer's comments are very correct. I just wonder if with Walter we don't thank him a little bit more. Just acknowledge him a little bit more than the very formal officer speak, which is quite legitimate. But whether that's done separately with a letter from yourself, in addition to the formal response.
Yes,
Thank
or a
you.
letter from Anne. Yes, yeah. Well, between us, we'll do that. Yes, and look forward to working with him in the future. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Pick that up. So that moves us to number 39. So Tongoyo Beach. Sounds like there's been a few issues with maintenance and things there, but the officers have picked that up. Intend to work with the care group that's forming there and to take that forward.
Thank you. Great.
Submission 40, that's the seawall proposal support, so we've covered that. That'll be covered next week. 41, person known to us, senior housing, just imploring the council in that regard. The council's referred to the strategy that we're following in that respect.
Thank you.
42, the Havelock North Character Zone. Yeah, I guess the officer comments are drawing to some of the impending processes around intensification and opportunities to reassess, the landscape going forward.
Your Worship, I support the officer's comments, but I think the most important part is the final sentence, that we're currently reviewing our medium density strategy.
Yeah.
I think that's the bit that needs to be in bold in essence.
I think that the submitter is asking us to look at the district plan and for the Havelock North Characters Precinct though. So, I think that's part of a district plan review. Sorry, Councillor Sears.
Sorry, I actually had a question back on 41, so I'll come to that afterwards. I just missed it. I was dozing.
yes, just to let you know, there's Mr. Batcher is going to arrive soon to present about the review of the medium density strategy, and what comes out of that is to look at, basically the parts of the plan to allow higher densities where infrastructure allows. So that will be when you get that opportunity to direct to the district plan bylaws review where you want to head with the medium density.
Great, thank you.
So that's coming up soon.
Great. So Councillor Sears, you want to?
Yes, sorry, I missed just on 41 around senior housing.
Yes.
Rebecca, I know we had a briefing in Great Communities around the senior housing review. We looked at some scope. When are we expecting to see something back from that? What's the timeline?
Probably not till the end of the year, Councillor says.
Next council?
Yes.
And we need to incorporate senior housing into the Hastings place-based housing plan and actually bring that priority forward. Thank you. The next one.
Submission 43, you'll send the obvious thanks for the update that you received today regarding the Cranford project, unless there's anything else you wanted to include. Okay, that one's okay. So 44, rural community board members might want to talk to us. It was considered at RCB, seal extensions, extension of seals not entered into lightly, as per the officer comments, but there is a process there for property owners to engage if they so want to.
Peter Road is a short, straight, flat road that runs off Swamp Road, and this is a regular request and a regular response.
Okay. Everyone comfortable with that direction?
Submission number 51. You received the presentation regarding frost fans and other pollution. The Rural Community Board also considered this. The officer comments give you a fair bit of commentary about the current state of play and suggesting that if you're of the mind of a review, that be taken through the appropriate council committee.
Anyone got any country views? Councillor Sears?
No, just supportive.
Thank you.
Supportive of that, and also to ensure, as per the discussion at the submitter's submission, that the Rural Community Board has some oversight or input into this as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Other areas, because
You push your button, Simon? You put your button on?
Sorry, thought I had. Frost fans have been a problem all over the place, and I just wondered, it would be useful if we knew what other people are doing, if anything, about it.
You probably know the answer to that.
Yeah, I think the idea is to refer that to the district plan bylaws, but I think maybe we should, on the same meeting date, invite rural councillors to attend, and then the obvious thing would be remembering how long ago this decision was made. Technology and all the monitoring information, normal process would be to go out through the network of district plans and staff and find out, hey, are other councils having issues? What is the latest, best provision you can do, and then bring that up through to council. So that's a normal process, because
That's fine.
It doesn't take long for technology to change.
Thank you. Councillor
Yeah.
Kerr?
And Your Worship, the understanding I had listening carefully to this lady presenting was it's not frost fans per se used to protect against frost. It's when they're used, when it's not frosty. Yeah. So support the officer's recommendations and agree about the community board being involved.
Thank you. 54.
54, Federated Farmers, a number of things there, but encourage council to show discipline through its submission process. Uniform annual charges is something they regularly encourage us to keep true to. I think they're reasonably comfortable where we're at, but they'd always like to see us at the maximum. We don't use that charge at the maximum. It's an ongoing conversation with them. They're probably the two key things that came through there, and they noted that the use of uniform charges is helpful when you come to revaluation time. Officers understand that, and we model all that for you when it is revaluation time.
Great, thank you.
Through to 60, so you received a presentation, Silky and others, around climate change, but they also floated the proposition around the climate hub, linking into the showgrounds proposal that you consulted on. There were some interesting points in that submission. Just checking that the direction of travel in the comments is what you'd expect, or did you pick up on other matters?
Happy to support.
Thank you. Happy to support. I think that they're also looking at, an overview of a hub and where it could be. So I think it's carrying on the work with them. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, 61.
Yes.
Your Worship, I'll take the chair on that one, if you like. Russell Street beautification.
Oh, yes.
Gina Wishart.
Thank you.
She supports the proposal for improvements in Russell Street. Are there any other comments?
We're happy.
Supporting the officer's comments. Thank you, Lex. I'll hand back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you. 62, Sport Hawke's Bay. Really just an overview update. The irregular check-in.
Yes, I'm very comfortable with that presentation.
Great. 63, Creative New Zealand. Again, supportive largely of the moves the council's made in regards to arts, culture and creativity. And just some encouragement to stick to the strategies that we have in that space.
Any comments? We're comfortable with that direction? Thank you.
Yep.
Next one's 69, the Hastings City Business Association.
69.
Yep, Hastings City Business Association. So again, I'll probably just refer you to the officer comments, mainly in regard to CBD parking, free parking, and the comments that officers have made there, and in respect of security in the CBD, of which the council has made recent decisions to bolster the city assist complement and another camera from memory.
And the CCTV.
So
yep.
we've largely responded to that through other forums.
Cool, thank you. Councillor Kerr, Councillor Shannon.
It was really interesting in the Regional Transport Committee where we spoke about buses and the My Ways bus on demand service. One of the key levers for pushing people into buses is actually to squeeze them on the parking, which we do know. So it's worthwhile just bearing that in mind as the regional council tries to develop more bus routes and more regular buses. That's something we can do to help, if we are of mind to.
Thank you. Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, Worship. I too support the officer's comments. However, again, the submission here and the comments we're sending back, in fact, bring to light again just the need for ongoing regular communication with our business community, direct communication. So again, just taking the opportunity to say that I'd love to see council having a semi-regular event like we did the business engagement evening we had not so long ago. I'd love to see that happen at least twice a year, if not more, and maybe some advice we can pass forward to future councils, not specifically for this, obviously.
Okay, thank you. And now we've got 3 officers on the Business Association, so I think that we're going, is that correct, Bruce? We've got Rao, we've got two councillors, so we're going to have a lot of feedback coming through.
So, sorry, just to clarify, Your Worship, it's not so much the Business Association I'm talking about, it's direct communication with the business community. So looking for those opportunities like we did with that evening where they could talk directly to us, not through the association.
Cool, thank you. Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, I'm trying to refresh myself on the parking one. That's 69. It just always seems strange to me that the Business Association wants us to provide free parking and yet people are saying we shouldn't provide free parking. Just a contradiction.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, and next?
And lastly, submission 71, the submitter was seeking changes to the programming of some CBD projects and asked the question around off-street parking in the CBD. So the officer comments respond to both of those.
Yes.
I can't speak to those in detail without reading them again, but I'm sure you have.
Yep. Comfortable with that direction? Yes. Thank you. And the last one, 73?
No, it's been done. So
Been done?
That completes the consideration of submissions. Just before I refer you to the wrap-up resolutions, just to remind you that 2 decisions have been made next week that were part of your plan, Tomoana Showground. So the my agenda report gives you an overview of the consultation that was undertaken and the feedback, the community support and what I heard when we were out. So I'll presume that you can reflect on that when you come to the 23rd, and that's reasonably clear for you. And you'll also get a report on the other initiative around the Hamoana Seawall for the H18, which has been ongoing, and you'll address that next week. So those the submitters on those topics will be given responses in accord with the decisions next week. So that covers everything.
And just Lex, just on the showgrounds, obviously we'll make our deliberations next week. We've finalised all of the necessary agreements with the AMP Society, including the kind of sidebar agreement licence to occupy. We've seen the information pack that's gone out to their members, and of course their members' meeting is on the 27th of June, which will be the final meetings, our one next week, and then the AMP Society on the 27th of June.
Deputy Mayor Councillor Kerr has to leave this meeting and chair another meeting. Councillor Corbyn?
Just for clarification, financial implications of those two decisions next week, were they included in the stuff we had today, or was that additional?
So in terms of a summary out of today from a fiscal point of view, with the decisions that, with the resolutions that you've made today, and if we were to, resolve to purchase the showgrounds, then the all-up rating increases 6.8%.
So they were included what we saw today?
6.8 or 6.8?
That's correct. The showgrounds proposal was in your draft plan, already included. So it's in those figures, and the other propositions are targeted rates specific to 18 properties. Doesn't affect your wider rate increase.
Okay, thanks, Lex.
So this is the bit I enjoy. I'm just going to refer you to the recommendations on page 9 of the main report. There's a number of them. Most of them are administrative in nature. I'll open that up to your worship.
Councillor Sholem?
Sorry, Your Worship, just
Page
coming back to the showgrounds conversation we were having. I just noticed in the information we've been given, I know we're not debating today, but it made mention that a number of submissions offered suggestions in regard to the future use and development of the showgrounds. I know we're not making a decision around that right now, that's a future process, but how are we capturing that information? Because they may not resubmit in the future when we do go through that formal process. So I'm just kind of interested to understand the feedback we've received so far. How are we going to utilise that?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. I tried to summarise it in the report, but if you're of a mind, we've got all that information. It's just really tasking someone to drill through it and give you some of the key themes in more detail, perhaps, than I've done in my covering report. And you can take that as a base of what you've heard to date and then build on that through the impending conversations that you have. That's probably a good suggestion so that we don't lose it. I haven't done that work to date in detail, but we could be tasked to do that.
Okay, I'd like to make that suggestion formally then. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you just add that to a recommendation on the 23rd, Councillor Sholem. So if I take you back to page 9, please, the recommendations. Item 5. Any questions or comments on any of those recommendations?
Thank you, Worship. Just D.
Yes.
What does that mean in the way of impact of our rating intake? It's just a minor update on the postponed of Maori freehold land to be adopted and updated as attached. As far as a rating impact, what are the consequences?
It doesn't really have much consequence at all because we're already remitting a lot of that anyway. So.
That's what I thought. I just wanted that clarified. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the recommendations? Do I have a mover, please? Councillor Redstone, seconded Councillor Dixon. No further questions or comments. I'll put those recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you. That's carried. Sorry. Item number 7. Sorry. Thank you. Have a seconder, please. Is this appointment of a commissioner to the Hastings District Licensing Committee? Louise, did you want to add anything to your report? Oh, Councillor Lawson.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy to second. I don't have a problem with this at all. I'm just kind of interested, though, in terms of with the new council coming in, that there's full disclosure about these committees, the remuneration, all those sort of details, because I think that's all a little bit sort of, not everybody's aware.
Who would like to answer that? Mr O'Shaughnessy, thank you.
Yeah, normally, probably Mr Cameron, I guess, prepares a report, which it goes through to the incoming or elected people. So maybe we suggest we add that to be included. Louise, comfortable with that?
Thank you. No, that's good process. Good to be transparent, and so everyone's got the full picture. And perhaps when I come back to seek your approval for a process around appointing some more list members, I can include more information around remuneration and those types of matters. Thank you.
As a recommendation, taken as an action. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Sears?
So just to follow up on that, on 6.2, following this appointment, officers will look at the wider appointments process. So usually, would the incoming council go through the process and fill that list back up? Is that what would usually happen? Because, I haven't heard about this, this either. So would that usually happen at the beginning of every training?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Most councils do use that new training time to, look at the appointments of the District Licensing Committee as part of the overall appointments to the rest of the committees, and I understand that has been our process as well. Okay. The district licensing list members don't have to be in line with that timing of that, not being councillors, so we're not bound by that time frame for them.
So we just missed it at the beginning of this training, you'll pick it up at the next one under that process.
We'd look to do it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm happy to move from the chair to the seconder, please. Oh, we've got to move on? Oh, we've got to move in seconder. Put that all those in, say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Item number 8, proposed amendments to meeting schedules. Thank you, Councillor Nixon. Second, Councillor Barber. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Next. Does that finish our duties? Good. So that concludes a very long and productive day, and thank you everybody for your attention throughout a very long and great day. And so there's just 2 informals, but our live stream, thank you for those who viewed with us today and been part of our annual plan for 2022. You can see that council were very, very disciplined in terms of how we manage our future rating base, and we look forward to being able to deliver all those wonderful projects to our community. So, kia ora koutou katoa. That concludes our live streaming today. Thank you. And 2 informal projects. I declare the meeting